us all today. It's about 1 minute till, and it does appear that our chair has arrived on the call.
Okay.
It does look like we should be ready to go straight up at 2. Mr. Chair, thank you for joining us. Everybody that's supposed to be in your meeting is available here on PrimeGov and on Zoom.
Excellent.
And we're recording, just so everybody knows. Thank you so much.
Well, greetings to my fellow commissioners. Hope everybody's doing awesome.
Doing great.
We got Ms. Meacham on there. We can't call you Joe this time?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know what it wanted. I thought I'd just put that.
So formal.
Yes.
It's just like you.
Yeah. Yes. I cannot see any. I can just see one person at a time. Okay. I'll go with that.
I clicked around at the top and it shot a little column down, so I can see about 4 people all the way down the right side of mine.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try.
I see Linda and Joe and Taylor.
Ooh.
This is Neela.
Oh, hello.
I have no picture, but I'm cool with that.
We're glad you're here today.
Thank you. And it's on the agenda. Woohoo. I'm going to mute myself.
Perfect.
Oh.
Okay, Jennifer, it looks like we are at 2:01. Are we ready to call this meeting to order?
We are, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, welcome everybody to the September 2nd Historic Preservation Commission meeting. My name is Taylor Fudge. I'm the chair of this commission. As everyone is aware, we are still in a COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, no physical location will be provided for the Historic Preservation Commission meetings at this time. Instead, we will have all of this meeting live streamed from remote locations. As a reminder, we have muted everybody's mics except for the commission members, and we do request that anyone joining us today, please keep your microphone or phone muted until you're called upon to speak. This will help us minimize distractions, make sure everyone can be heard, and help us have a much more efficient meeting. As instructed in the agenda, those who called or emailed us in advance to let us know your name, contact number, and agenda item will be recognized first. Before the commission votes on each item, I will ask members of the public if they wish to speak, and anybody speaking will be given 3 minutes to relay any information they want to this commission. Since you are muted, when I do call on you, please unmute yourself. On a phone, you'll press *6, state your name and address for the record before you speak. On a desktop or a laptop, you'll hover the cursor over the microphone icon to remove the diagonal red line. If we do lose connection for this particular meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will reconvene once the connection is restored. One thing that we want to note additionally, if we are struggling to communicate via a slow connection, whatever the case may be, we will make a motion to move that particular agenda item to later on in the meeting so that we can give you time to log in an alternate fashion so that we can communicate effectively with one another. If we're unable to restore within 30 minutes, any remaining items will be continued to the next regularly scheduled Historic Preservation Commission meeting, which will be held on Wednesday, I believe Wednesday, October 7th at 2 p.m., again via video conference. The agenda and documents are located for today's meeting are located at agenda.okc.gov. Please select agenda on the right side of the HP Commission meeting to see all of the items that are for consideration today. Written comments received more than 24 hours before the meeting are posted online and were shared with the commission members, and no new materials can be shared during this meeting. So with all that being said, Jennifer, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Fudge.
Present.
Commissioner Ryman Philippe.
Present.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Meacham.
Present.
Commissioner Milner.
Present.
Commissioner Schultz.
Present.
Commissioner Zakritz. Mr. Chair, you have quorum.
Perfect, thank you. So we are moving on to item 1B, Procedures for today's meeting are noted in the agenda. For the sake of time, I would ask that any participants refer to this section if they're unfamiliar with the process regarding certificates of appropriateness. When an application is approved and after a 10-day protest period has expired, the HP officer will mail a CA to the applicant. City construction permits cannot be issued until the certificate of appropriateness has been issued. Please contact HP staff for final design review, inspection, or to withdraw items that cannot be completed. Regarding any appeals to the Board of Adjustments, any person aggrieved by any decision granting or denying a CA may appeal to the Oklahoma City Board of Adjustments. All appeals shall be made within 10 days of the commission decision by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the Board of Adjustment. We do have, let's see, I think, no, I'm sorry. So that's everything on our meeting process. We'll move on to item number 2. Katie, do we have any items from the Office of the Historic Preservation Officer?
The only thing I was going to let you all know is that as we move toward our October meeting, we anticipate all of those meeting materials being available in PrimeGov. We'll be transitioning from our current agenda management system, which you all really don't interact with, but it's called Sire, to PrimeGov. So the same online tool where you log in to vote, you should also be able to click on and see and even make your own notes within meeting materials, all within that one website. So I think that will make the virtual meeting process much easier, and then that will translate over to new equipment that we have in council chambers at whatever time we return to in-person meetings. Right now, I anticipate still being virtual next month, and we just keep taking it month by month, but you should be seeing more information about PrimeGov and your process with using that tool as that moves along.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. Moving on to item number 3. This would be approving or accepting of the minutes from the August 5th, 2020 meeting. I'm assuming all of the commissioners have had a chance to review the minutes at this point, and I will ask for a motion to accept or to modify.
I make a motion to accept minutes from the August 5th meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Mary Jo Meacham, seconded by Klaus Ryman Phillips. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Linda, it sounds like you're clicking, but I'm still, there we go. Perfect. The motion carries, and we will move on to item number 4. Katie, anything from the Code Enforcement Office?
We do not have anyone joining us from Code Enforcement today. I don't have anything special to report, just that if anyone has questions about something in that Code Enforcement report, you can reach out to HP staff or to the Action Center or Code Enforcement staff.
Okay. Let's see. Perfect. Let's move on to item number 5 then. Any continuance announcements or requests?
We don't have any to announce, and we have no new requests for this month.
Perfect. Item number 6, anything from the public hearings section?
So we have no dilapidated structures on this month and no National Register nominations, although I think you have 3 National Register nominations next month, just to give you something to look forward to. We have 3 items on the consent docket, but I believe we have commission members who have to abstain from 1 or more of those, so we may need to vote on those individually depending on our quorum situation.
So let's see, item number 1, I believe, is it, Klaus, do you need to recuse yourself from this particular item?
No, sir, it's
Joe.
it's me.
Okay, perfect. Well, Joe, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera off, we'll consider you recused. And I will ask if any of the other commission members need to hear anything about items number 1 and 2 on the consent docket cases. Do we have a motion to approve items 1 and 2?
I'll make a motion to approve items 1 and 2 on the consent docket.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Klaus Ryman Phillips, seconded by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov.
Oh, my bad.
Perfect. Items number 1 and 2 from the consent docket cases have been approved. Joe, we will invite you back in, and I will be turning off my camera and recusing myself from item number 3. In that case, Klaus will take over.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Fudge. So for item 3, have my fellow commissioners had a chance to review that item, and does anyone have any comments on that? And anyone from the public have any comment on item 3? HPCA 20-00127. All right, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve item 3.
All right.
This is Commissioner Schultz. I'll second that.
All right, moved by Mary Jo and seconded by Linda. Oh, I'm sorry, did I hit move? I apologize.
You did.
I got too trigger happy. There we go. Wow.
That's fine. I'll second it.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. And I'll turn it back over to Chairperson Fudge.
Thank you, Klaus. So items 1, 2, and 3 in the consent docket have been approved. If you are one of those citizens for those items, you may feel free to leave at this particular point in time unless you want to stick around to hear the cases for individual consideration. With that being said, we'll move on to item number 6D, 1 HPCA 20-00038 at 3012 North Walker Avenue.
This is in Jefferson Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by George Mendros for Mumtaz Khan for certificate of appropriateness to 1, install door elective and 2, alter windows elective. And the commission saw this application at the previous hearing. We did not receive any revised documentation from the applicant. They did indicate to staff that they were able to verify that the transom windows still are intact under the boards over the transom windows on the north portion of the building, and they anticipate being able to restore those as part of renovating the windows and doors. I'm not sure if Mr. Mendros was able to call in today, but anticipated that this might need to be continued one more time to get final drawings from them.
Excellent. We'll check, is the applicant present? Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular item? Do we have any commissioners that wish to comment on this particular item, or do we have a motion?
I would make a motion to continue HPCA 20-00038 to the,
I would say let's do the November 4th meeting because we've not gotten documentation yet. So I would like to make sure we give them enough time to get that turned in.
okay.
And I'll second.
Moved by Mary Jo Meacham, seconded by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. The continuance has been passed. We are going to move that to the, is it November 4th?
Yes.
We'll move that to the November 4th meeting. Okay, moving on to item number 2, HPCA 20-00050 at 509 Northwest 17th Street.
This is in Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Alan and Angela Smith for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct garage elective, 2, pour driveway elective, 4, install gutters elective, and 5, install brick sidewalk from front to the driveway elective. And the commission has seen this previously as well and had continued it with a request for some revisions. So the applicant's back with a revised, oh, I think we're on the wrong PowerPoint. We can go back to 20-50. There we go. But you have a revised design for the proposed garage that incorporates a dormer at the roof to allow for some usable attic space. And the staff report does recommend approval with some conditions to provide additional materials and documentation.
Okay. Do we have the applicant present?
Yes, we are both here.
Excellent. Well, is there anything else that wasn't shared by Katie that you guys would like to share with the commission that you wish to be heard on?
No, I don't think so at this time. I mean, we made all of the suggestion recommendations that you all made last time and made all those happen. So
Great. Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular item? Any questions from commissioners?
I have a question. It's probably because I wasn't here last time, didn't see it. But I'm a little confused about the brick sidewalk in the recommendations. Is that there will be a sidewalk, but it won't be brick?
Yes, that was the condition recommended by staff.
Linda, is that, or Commissioner Schultz, is that of particular concern for you, or is it just getting familiar with the project?
Well, I wouldn't vote for a brick sidewalk in the front. So that's fine with me. It's not going to be brick. There's not an issue for me.
Okay.
I'll just say I appreciate you following up on our comments and revising your proposal. I think I think as long as you address the items that are listed under conditions, I think I'm in support of this item.
Ms. Smith, this is Angela.
hi.
Do you have an hi? Do you have an issue with putting in a concrete sidewalk rather than a brick? Brick is
I
not
don't think
supported by the
we
guidelines.
do. We just thought, I mean, there was so much brick on the front of our house. We just thought that would have been the product of choice. So we just didn't know.
Okay.
It really, the only reason we were asking for it is the grass is getting worn down. And I think you called it a postman's walk.
Yes, historically there were some tiny ones right up close to the house that I've heard called postman's walks. Yeah.
Right. And that's what we're asking for.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Well, sounds like staff is recommending approval with specific conditions. Doesn't sound like we've got any major challenges from commission or any other citizens. Do we have a motion on this particular item?
I'll make a motion to approve HPCA 20-00050, items 1, 2, 4, and 5 with the specific findings and conditions as noted in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
Moved by Klaus Freiman Phillip, seconded by Mary Jo Meacham. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, the motion carries. It's approved with conditions. Enjoy your project.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And we will move on to item number 3, HPCA 20-00070, 833 Northwest 42nd Street.
And
This is in Crown Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Jared Smith for certificate of appropriateness to 2, construct dwelling elective, 3, construct driveway, new walkways and sidewalks elective, 4, construct new fences and gates elective, and 6, construct garage elective. The commission has seen this proposal several times now. This will be the third hearing for this item. So the commission does have to either approve or deny the application at this meeting. Otherwise, it would need to be reapplied for if they wanted to continue with the review process for construction at this property. The applicant has proposed several revisions to the design from the last time the commission saw this project. And I believe they are on the call today. We also have representatives from the neighborhood and some neighbors that wanted to speak to this application.
And Klaus, you have to remove yourself or recuse yourself from this particular case, correct?
correct, and I'll be doing that.
Thank you. Okay, do we have the applicant present? Mr. Smith, I think there you go.
Yep, I'm on mute, sorry. Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. Can you talk to us about the revised drawings and the project thus far?
No, as you can see that we completely revamped everything. After the first meeting that we had, we kind of went down the motion of, getting the original plans and that approved. And then the second meeting took a complete 180 motion. And so we took some of, I guess, the thoughts and recommendations from you guys and staff. So we went ahead and actually completely revamped the design. So here we are.
Perfect. Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project?
Chairman,
Mr. Davis.
good afternoon. Brian
Hello.
Davis, 905 Northwest 41st Street on behalf of the Crown Heights Edgemere Heights Neighborhood Association. I'm also representing Reza McCoy, who lives at 829 Northwest 42nd Street. That is next door to the subject property. COVID-19 has created some additional demands in her job at Tinker Air Force Base, so she's unable to be here. So Ms. McCoy has yielded to me the time that she would have taken today and has asked me to make particular note first that she was unaware of the revisions in this application. I guess the procedural rules governing these things did not require notice, but she has never spoken to Mr. Smith and did not learn of these changes until I met with her just on Sunday. So not a lot of time for her to react. There are some promising elements about this revised plan, notably going to a Tudor design addresses our concerns about disproportionate scale and also about blockage of light by long and high roof lines. Yet there are several elements that remain troublesome, and we would go so far as to say that this is a watershed case for the Crown Heights community. I keep going back to something I've heard Commissioner Meacham say several times. When you choose to live in an historic district, you accept certain restrictions and limitations. In Crown Heights, when you sign a contract to purchase a home, you arguably de facto agree to abide by covenants that are spelled out in the G.A. Nichols plat that is the foundation for our community. That's not happening here. As we pointed out last month, the north side of the 800 block of Northwest 42nd, block 2 under the Nichols plan, is restricted to one-story homes. Mr. Smith's new plan actually contains the violation of a second covenant, which states all residences, apartment houses, and business buildings to be built on any of the lots shown on the annex plat shall be either brick veneer, stucco, or stone construction. We're well aware of the city's aversion to enforcement of neighborhood plats. That is not what we are asking. What we are asking is that the commission uphold the plan, which we will say again, is what makes Crown Heights worthy of designation as an historic district. A hardy board siding is a great product. I used it on the garage that we built here last year, but allowing it as the exterior surface on the primary residence, especially in the front of the house, would run counter to the base requirement in the standards and guidelines that new standalone construction, quoting here, not detract from the overall historic character of the property or district. The neighbor at 829, Ms. McCoy, asked me to remind you that this siding would also be visible from the street. Documents submitted with the application suggest the plan is to use vinyl clad windows with simulated divided lights. While we understand that standards for new construction are somewhat different than those for renovation, this will not come as welcome news to the many homeowners who over the years have been told they must adhere to the principle of like for like, which in some cases has meant the additional expenditure of thousands of dollars for renovations. We also have an issue with lot coverage, which the applicant estimates at 50%. That is right at the limit for homes in single family residential or R1 districts. We're concerned that there is no margin at all for error, and we'd be interested to know how the city would address and correct an overrun. We question an allowance of 50%. As the staff report pointed out, new infill buildings should fill the same proportion of lot area as other dwellings on the streetscape. While the two houses at the far eastern end of the block occupy 43.5% and 52.5% of their lots, the 6 homes in between them and the lot at 833 run just between 19 and 32%. So this application represents a nearly 60% increase over the largest of those. With respect, I'll remind you that while Mr. Smith is a Crown Heights resident, he is building this house not as his primary residence, but as a development project. For him, this is another transaction. The lot has actually been for sale for the past month. We echo the HP staff's concern about the size of the house. Of course, the greater the amount of square footage you can build, the higher the price, the greater your profit. Here, I come back to Commissioner Schultz's point of emphasis last month that the surrounding properties all contain bungalows. This proposal is well beyond bungalow proportion. The next door neighbor, Ms. McCoy, asked me to convey to you her concern about that. I've also heard just in the last hour from Julie Kinney, who lives across the street at 828 Northwest 42nd. We may be hearing from her as well here, I'm not sure. So I'll quote from her text. "It looks like a massive house. I just feel it's not going to fit in with our street." There's one final point that our association would like to make, and it has to do with the violations of the historic neighborhood plan that approval of this application would allow. If the commission were to permit either or both of these violations, it would create a situation in which to stop it, someone would have to file a lawsuit. We consider that somewhat of an abdication and the needless pitting of neighbor against neighbor. While the Oklahoma Supreme Court has consistently upheld the validity of these covenants, I will tell you candidly that Crown Heights does not have the financial resources to pursue legal remedy, nor do most of Oklahoma City's other historic neighborhoods. Once these violations are allowed to stand, you've opened the door to a gradual erosion of standards that pretty much make a charade out of the HP establishment. Standards and guidelines cease to matter once you've allowed somebody to dynamite the foundation. The system favors the developers and the flippers. Individual homeowners buy into neighborhoods like this with the understanding they'll have to pay a premium to live in a place where they can enjoy a certain quality of life, but they generally don't have the resources, the deep pockets, to challenge decisions that adversely affect that quality of life. For the developers and flippers, it's a matter of professional strategy. They have the resources to be patient, to just keep chipping until they get a foothold someplace. And before too long, that individual homeowner who bought in thinking that he or she had some protection against what's happened, for example, just a block beyond our border on 43rd Street, they wake up one day and the street that they moved into is gone. This is from Marisa McCoy's letter to me. My personal opinion is that the owner may not have a stake in the neighborhood besides profiting from the sale of the property or future dwelling. I take pride that my family lives in an historic district. Those who choose to live in historic neighborhoods understand the importance of preserving the integrity of the historic features of the homes. While this is the first time we've seen an historic home demolished in Crown Heights, we would note that the fire that destroyed the residents at 833 was the third fire in our neighborhood in a year's time. The housing stock in every one of Oklahoma City's historic and urban conservation districts is aging, and a significant portion of it is deteriorating. There are other houses in Crown Heights that are undergoing what I would call demolition by neglect. You are all well aware of the recent situation in Heritage Hills where the neighborhood wound up having to buy a home that had passed the point of no return. In every other district in this city, that place would have been demolished. Nobody could have afforded to buy it. What today is a rare situation will over time increase in frequency as historic communities, for reasons ranging from finances to indifference, as they abandon the enforcement of the rules central to their development, cracks will widen in terms of our ability to protect against encroachment. People will come in who are willing and able to drive wedges into those cracks, and then comes widespread loss of the very fabric that you have been charged with preserving. Your role as commissioners may not be to enforce a plat, but you do have an obligation to protect our historic neighborhoods. We would respectfully suggest that you also have an opportunity which goes hand in hand with your obligation as stewards of Oklahoma City's heritage. We ask that you not allow this wedge to be driven in Crown Heights, and we urge you to vote no on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And Mr. Smith, I did see that you had your hand raised, but I do want to check and see if there's any other citizens that wish to be heard, and then we'll come back to you if that's all right. Okay, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, and thanks, Brian. That was very eloquent as always. Yeah, as far as the statements that I don't have a stake in the neighborhood that I actually live in and have been here for quite some time is a little bit far off, but I completely get where you guys are coming from on that. And, you know, we did go ahead and make substantial changes to the, well, to every single thing on the, as far as the design goes and as far as everything outside. So, I mean, it's just, I guess, to what point do we, you know, I mean, I don't know, there's no design review here in Crown Heights, but, and then as far as we can just, you know, I think as far as the lawsuit stuff goes, I think we can probably just leave all that out. And that's, you know, that's just an opinion. But also as far as you touch base on the G.A. Nichols plat, I mean, I wasn't around then, but the very first house that was built in the 800 block, I do believe was a 2-story. So that kind of negates that. And there are several other things in that original plat that we wouldn't even get into, even think about having around today. So, but I mean, you know, we have shrunk the house, the 50%, that's, you know, that's what we're bound to by the city. You know, I don't see any issues there with that. Like I said, you know, we have done everything we possibly can to appease everyone. Like I said, I've been in this neighborhood. It's not that I'm just like someone coming by from out of town trying to make a profit off of a property. I mean, I can guarantee you that that I'll have more in this property and more pride in it than anyone in the neighborhood as well. So other than that, I mean, I'm definitely can take some constructive criticism in it. And like I said, I think we've been over beyond backwards on this deal. So, you know, whatever we can do would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I will say I appreciate the revisions that you have come back with. I do note in the staff report, it looks like many of those items were recommended to be approved with conditions, but I am curious what questions my fellow commissioners have on this particular project and kind of where their head is.
I mean, I can certainly speak to what Brian said, and I would say, you know, as a preservationist, I have to say I am probably 100% for what he says. We don't always go that far as commissioners, and we've had many cases over the last 5 years since I've been on this, with a lot of construction, mainly a lot of things in Mesta Park and other districts. But I would have to say that Brian said a lot of things that sometimes I would like to say, because sometimes I don't think we go far enough. I do think that he made some excellent comments, even apart from the plat. I would take that off the table. Actually, because I think that he made enough comments on other, the size of it, the materials, to make a case that the one thing, if you drive, and there's other neighborhoods outside of Crown Heights to the north, there's an enormous amount of construction over there, and I just drove through it today on like 44th and over there. And the one thing that stands out is when a house is too big. And there's a new one over there that is very compatible in size. it wasn't perfect, but it certainly, fit. Now, over there, I guess you could make the case, well, the bigger we build them, the bigger we can build the next one. And then eventually we're going to have a lot of large houses and they're all going to look great together. But I think as much as I like the design, I like the other one better. That was when I'm sorry, I missed the last meeting, but the first meeting, I really felt like that. I don't like copycat drawings. I don't like houses that look like they were designed in 1927 and then executed at a later date, therefore confusing people of actually what date the house was built. So I was more in favor of the other one, actually. So that concerns me too. So even when you make them smaller, and it's just a challenge. I mean, I know it's a challenge for people to bring proposals. I know that I approve proposals that in my opinion, generally, they're a little too similar and confusing, but it would be very difficult for me after listening to Mr. Davis's comments to offer approval for this particular project.
Commissioner Meacham, I would say I feel I would vote along the same lines that you just noted too. I do appreciate, I've appreciated both the revisions from Mr. Smith, but this is a brand new, this is a vastly different proposal than what we saw previously, and I do recognize there are some particular challenges with the materials that may be used or the relative size and things of that nature. And because it is also brand new, I guess I feel that I know we're out of continuances on this particular project, but it's very hard for me to approve today as well.
This is Commissioner Schultz, and I agree with that. And just kind of the scope of variances. When I read through this and looked at it, and I kept, it's one thing to say it's unique if something has historically happened that nobody had any control over, but we're starting from scratch on this. So I can't really quite justify in my own mind why we would have an entire application that nothing complies with the standards. So I think we just need to do a little more work on it. I know that the applicant has worked really hard on this, and that apparently we've given maybe we've had conflicting views on the.
Go ahead and say.
But it really, for me, is just build a house that meets the guidelines. I mean, we shouldn't have, in my opinion, we shouldn't approve an application with this many things hanging on it that the staff has to work out that aren't going to be routinely fit in the standards. I mean, it's sort of just too much. And I never did really quite understand about the driveway.
What the driveway?
Is this the poorest driveway?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's just a normal driveway.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and I mean, can I talk to?
Go for it.
Yeah, so unless there's any of the other commissioners that want to speak up before, I mean, it has been. I mean, as far as not putting in the work, I mean, I think that's a little unfair there because we've put in more work than and I knew this was going to be big work, but it's just that last time I asked for some clarification, and it's just going one direction one meeting, another direction the next meeting, and now a third direction. I mean, and I get that, Brian, and like I said, I live in the neighborhood, have been here for a long time, plan on being here for you know, for however long, the longest time. But as far as like going for the whole, like, oh, the whole neighborhood's going to go up in smoke and be completely ruined by one, you know, the start of something. I mean, we're talking about how many years has it been since there's been a new construction here. So, I mean, you know, there's a lot of different aspects, but it's just, you know, at this point, you know, I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me, as last time, but I mean, it's just that obviously we're out of continuances, but you know, we've been sent down a different rabbit hole every single meeting. So I would like to maybe have some clarification at least for like where we're going to go with this. Because I know one person that had, a lot of say in the last meeting is not on this meeting, and he probably will be on the next one. So, you know, it's just, where am I supposed to go from here?
I will say it is extremely difficult to rebuild in a historic neighborhood. You know, it's just challenging to do anything. But where I really struggle is the new design with some materials and some finishes that may be incompatible with the current standards. And you know, we really try hard not to, you know, tell you how to design a particular home in a particular instance. And I guess for me, I would really like to see some really good communication with the Crown Heights Neighborhood Association to make sure that, you know, neighbors aren't going to be frustrated with it. You're going to be happy with the finished product, and that we have something that fits really well and nicely in a box that the guidelines support. And with, you know, the changes that we've seen over the iterations that we've been through, and I recognize that it's a challenging and frustrating situation. I struggle to approve that at this particular time. So
yeah, I mean,
what it's worth.
That's pretty simple. I mean, okay, siding goes to stucco, that's approval, right? The windows, that's something, I mean, and then where are we at?
I will,
two things there.
I would like to add that I'm going to go back to the example I started with, is that if you go north of here and you see what's being constructed, you know, the ones that feel like, and this is not very architectural, that snuggle into the historic district and become part of a small little piece of 300 or so other houses, or however many are in the district, is really I think it is very important. And I think that right now, some of that frustration is just the amount of square footage that, you know, may be required in order to do a project today. And those two things, I think, then cause, the bigger the house, the more architectural detail, the more, you know, the more you've got to try to make it, you know, a piece of the whole district. And I think that's what you're seeing the neighbors respond to, is just like, I have this little house and or if it could be 2-story or whatever, and it just feels like it's just a very small piece of a big district. And I feel like they're responding to this and saying, this is just doesn't match, it just doesn't feel like it's going to be, doesn't necessarily have to be too little or little, but it just is not fitting. I'd say the massing maybe is, I've heard even on the first design, the height is too tall, it's too big. I mean, the too big just may be something that's difficult to resolve. So that's what I feel people are responding to, is a lot of that and the other things. But I do feel like the bigness and the massing and people looking at these, you know, you want to look out your window and you want to see what used to be there. You don't want to see 2 times as much. And I think people are recognizing that, and that's what they're reacting to.
The house is not that, I mean, that's why we've kept most of it on the single floor. And that's exactly was our positioning in that. We barely have anything in that. And there's 1.5 stories all down that line and 2 stories as well. Maybe the next door, I mean, we're not any, as far as the height goes, I mean, we're definitely right in line with that. So I don't, you know, and if someone was going to go put an addition on that, and we've done them, and it's not ever, you know, I just think.
And that's why on additions, I mean, I'm looking at the 3 at your proposed house on the site plan, and you have a house to the east or west, the left, and it's a square. Then you have a house to the right. It looks like maybe those are additions, but you can see from that addition that, you know, that it's a small 1-story addition back there probably, and it's scooted over. I mean, we do things with additions that try to minimize at least that part of the house. But I'm just telling you, I feel like that's kind of my response when I drive through the neighborhood and I see these houses where I think, did you not drive through not yours? Because I think the designs, I don't really have any issues with the designs. I'm with you. The materials could be changed and so forth.
Sure.
I don't think really that's people's main point. They're bigger. I think it's a lot of it.
Well, and then if that is the biggest point, and Brian maybe can touch on that. I mean, if actual size is an actual concern of the neighborhood, I just find that very hard to believe when you go to both sides of the street and there's houses that have 2-story, 1.5 stories additions on the back on both sides all the way through, and also 2-story on the end of the street. So
well, maybe Brian could speak to that. His first point was coverage of the lot,
which is, right, you know, is coverage about the lot. We have not gone over what the R1 is allowing us to go.
But again, if I may, Jared, and I'm not unsympathetic, believe me, I'm not unsympathetic to your dilemma here. But there are certain pieces of this that are unsettling from the standpoint of precedent. But let me address the lot coverage. First of all, again, there are 11, we're only talking about the north side of the 800 block, which is the lot that you bought and you want to build on.
According to the plat.
Yeah, that's block 2. Now there's 11 houses. There's 11 houses on that side of the street between Francis and Chartel. The only 2 houses that are 2 stories are at the end of the block, several hundred feet away at 801 and 805. As you pointed out, 801 was built as a 2-story, and God knows, I mean, in 1930, the guy that built that house may have had some clout, right? But that's lost to time. We can't answer that. And then the other house at 805, that house is actually in violation of the R1 lot coverage. If you go, then that leaves you 6 houses between 805 and 833 where you want to build. And in those 6 houses, the maximum lot coverage is 32%. And we're talking here about the adjacent properties. 801 and 805 might as well be in another area code, for the purposes of this discussion, as far as I'm concerned. And so if you take your 50% as a percentage of the max of 32, that's a 56, 57% increase over what is in the immediate vicinity. I can't speak to what's on the south side of the street because that's not my brief here. But what's at issue is what's on that particular block, which is the north side of the street.
And guys, I do want to remind everybody that please address your questions, concerns, issues to the commission and the commissioners themselves. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with respect to the process there. So just as a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
I do have a question to the commission. What, on that note, as far as HP goes, what is the precedence there as far as throwing out the R1 of, I know that a lot of times we've done things where HP takes precedence over city and city code and stuff. So what is that where, the coverage of the lot?
Katie, would that be a question for you or for Rita potentially, or Angela?
I will make an attempt and Rita can correct me if I'm wrong. But so HP is the zoning. Crown Heights is not zoned R1. R1 is a base zoning. HP is a different base zoning. The allowed use in HP is primarily single family residential. So a lot of times we reference R1 as kind of a comparable, you know, when we look at bulk standards for development in R1 properties. So there's not really a precedent for HP versus R1. They're two different base zoning districts. As far as general city code, you know, code for building, code, citywide requirements for setbacks from the street and heights and lot coverage and things like that, generally, HP can't overrule something that is required, you know, on a citywide basis. That is a matter of public health and safety and that sort of thing. But when it comes to the design review piece of it, if it doesn't conflict with some other citywide regulation, then HP is the kind of the ruling factor.
That
Katie,
is
this is
exactly
Angela.
correct.
If I may, 4.2.4, I think speaks largely to historic preservation's view on lot coverage. Do you agree that new buildings must fill the same proportion of area as other buildings on the streetscape? And the pattern of spaces created between buildings should be continued. That's slightly different than the 50%, of course.
Yes. Yep. Yes. I think HP has a lot more language about being compatible and consistent with the surrounding built environment, as opposed to some of the mathematical calculations that we see in other zoning districts. Now, that's not to say that we don't often have a great deal of variety in things like lot coverage and other elements of the way a neighborhood or a district or a block gets built out. But the emphasis is on being consistent with the surrounding built fabric.
Which would mean, I assume, surrounding neighborhood, correct?
So that one that Angela read in particular talks about the streetscape. So that would be a more limited area than just the entire neighborhood. But throughout that entire section, 4.2, standalone new construction, there are references to the property block and district.
This is Joel Collins. I have been working with Jared on the design. Could I interject just a quick comment right now?
Sure.
On that note where we just heard what she read, I agree with what the lady that just spoke said, that it's more defining the streetscape and the surroundings. And so I guess a lot of what I've heard today, I guess I'm not quite sure. I just want to make sure that has everyone seen the streetscape that was provided that's making the comments about the house being bigger and not proportional and keeping the same amount of spaces between, the existing residences to the east and the west? Has the commissioners and the people that are commenting on that, have they seen the streetscape that was provided? And the reason I say that is because if I took great care in, and trust me, I'm so respectful of this. I deal with preservation here in Tulsa for many years with a lot of success and a lot of care and a lot of understanding and the difficulties of how we get things like this done. And I want to be the exact same thoughtfulness there in Oklahoma City. But I just want to reassure people that we have, and Jared has done nothing but just tell me to do everything I can as far as once we change directions to do that. But if you look at the streetscape, I I want to make sure that everybody knows that we did take a lot of care in putting this house, you know, in a scenario where, you know, the gable on 837 Northwest 42nd on the far left is taller than ours. Their entryway is taller than ours. The house on the right, you know, we kept the roof line, you know, on ours less than the peak on 829 Northwest 42nd. And, you know, the siding was pulled in because of the house, you know, to the east. And I would say that our siding is going to be much more historical than the siding on that house. You know, not that that house isn't fine and great and been in the neighborhood for years, but I wanted to at least make those comments and make sure that people had seen this drawing, because I feel like if they haven't, it needs to definitely be looked at closely when it comes to the comments that have been said about this being a monster of a house, because it's not. I understand the coverage of the lot. That's just something that, you know, we cannot get away from if we try to design and build a home in today's environment that somebody's going to want to, you know, have the right amount of rooms. But we've tried to be so careful on the proportions and the distances between driveways and garages. So anyway, I'm going to kind of leave it at that, but I just wanted to make sure that that drawing has been seen, because it seems like a lot of comments are being made where that doesn't align with the drawing that was provided.
So to me, the drawing that I've seen has the old design and style in it in comparison to the homes around it. Is that the one you're referring to?
No, there was a new streetscape provided. Well, I hope it was, unless that was a mistake on either ours or somebody else's part. I took a lot of care, and probably that drawing more than anything, of providing the new, you know, brick and size proportioned home in between the other two homes.
That's not a part of my packet, as far as I know.
It was provided several times.
I don't see that as a part of my packet either, unless I just missed it in a subsequent email, but no, I have not seen that.
I would still speak to that, to the designer, if I can.
Sure.
I think, you know, I still go back to the sides of the house. And I think, once again, I think that those long elevations, not just your project, but almost every new construction project that's come before us has had that same issue, in that it's just almost impossible to create that long elevation in a charming manner of some sort. Plus like you said, that people want more space, that they have different requirements today. And then that's where we go back to where I don't like to, I'm glad that Brian quoted something that I totally agree. I said is that, now I can't remember what I said, but that, where was I going? Give me a minute. It needs to fit, and it just doesn't at that, with the elevations and so forth. It's just not going to. It's just almost impossible to make that work. And we've struggled on other ones, and that's the reason, unfortunately, in the end, I can think of one just a couple of months ago or 6 months ago. It was the same thing, and finally they became discouraged with us. But I think a lot of it was, it's just so long, and the needs that are required. I know what I was going to say about what Brian said is, if you need all of those requirements of the modern day, then maybe the historic district is not where you need to be. And I have said that before, and I would say it again, is sometimes we just can't accommodate what you are calling what people need today. Everybody else in the district is being accommodated with what they have. And so I think then that goes back to this neighborhood objection, is that I'm happy with what I have, but I feel like you're not happy with what we have. You want something bigger and perhaps better, or includes more modern amenities. And that's just, it's a tough fit. And it's a tough fit, and particularly in Crown Heights, maybe even in Edgemere, which we've had I can't even remember building a new construction there, but the type of housing that's already there, I think makes it even more difficult. It's somehow easier in Mesta Park, where you have wood structures and you have so many different styles. It's easier to be accommodating, but this is such a cohesive, even though there are, and I brought that out with the last design, there's many designs in the neighborhood. I think that it's even a harder fit in this particular neighborhood. So I think that you've made a very good attempt. I know it's frustrating because, like you say, different people come to different meetings sometimes and have different things to say, but building in historic districts is difficult.
I do appreciate what you said, and I think probably my last comment on that would be, number one, yeah, there's nothing, like Jared has said, and everybody, as far as the lot coverage, that's got to be defined by somebody and then ruled on however it has to be for whatever, this what the city requires, and then also what the commission is going to allow, as part of this. But I would say that, in working many, many years with historic, communities, there's always got to be a balance. And from remodels to new construction, there's always got to be a balance, because as much as everybody is saying, hey, this just isn't a neighborhood for you, go somewhere else, it doesn't change the fact that it is still 2020.
Right. I'm not saying, I don't want you to, I don't want my words to reflect that. I don't want my words to reflect that.
No, I didn't. And I mean it very respectfully. I guess where I was headed with this was just a simple conclusion on the fact that as we have something like this that we all have to look at and go, okay, what's the best thing for the neighborhood? It's not going to, if this gets turned down today, it's not going to change the challenge tomorrow. And you've got a couple of people that are doing everything they can to balance what we've heard, what the neighborhood wants, and also what we feel somewhat selfishness for ourselves is a beautiful product, and also one that is, is marketable for Jared, and also, respected by the neighborhood and by Jared and the people that he works with. And so I would say, yes, you're right. But I think what we're not doing, and the last thing I want to say is yes, all the houses in the neighborhood are smaller. There's no way that you can absolutely create those tiny little footprints. A bigger footprint and make it match those tiny footprints. But there's also, I wouldn't want to do that, but I could take pictures of so many things in that neighborhood that once you get past 20 feet from the front of that house back, that they're not attractive. There's so many things that poke out of houses. And one of the things we did on this one was try to keep the front gables in proportion, and then do the nice little steep pitch roof that does hide a little bit of the largeness of it, as it from the streetscape, not from getting super picky and standing in the 837's front yard and looking at the larger sides. I don't know how you can reduce something like that, like you're saying. It is a very difficult design challenge, but I do think that it's very respectful and is very comparable to other things in the neighborhood. And I guess my last thing is just that there's got to be some balance there on all the negatives or the positives of this new construction. So,
well, Mr. Smith, I think that we try to achieve that balance, but our main responsibility is to achieve that while we are protecting the entire neighborhood and the historic preservation and the integrity of that. And sometimes I think that it's just the wrong lot for what people want to do with it. It just doesn't, that lot on that block may not ever accommodate a 2-story, 2,800 square foot house. It's just it needs to be, a house like that's possible, but maybe just not on that lot, is what I'm saying. It's not that we don't like your houses or we don't think the sign is good, because that's really not it. It's that it doesn't fit there. It doesn't meet the requirements for that size lot, for that street, for that block.
This is Katie. I wanted to chime in. We do appear to not have the current street rendering in the packet, and I'm very sorry about that. We had some documents flying back and forth with the applicant, and we included the previous streetscape because it was labeled with the heights for comparison purposes, but the new rendering that shows the proposed design didn't make it into the packet. I think the closest thing you can do to get to that is looking at the new renderings that are in the attachments of just the house, and compare those to the previous rendering, the attachment 3 that is in the packet. I do want to say that from staff's analysis of the house, as far as comparing it to surrounding structures, the height is within the range of heights of surrounding structures. Even though it is 2 stories, the actual height, if assuming all of the dimensions that were provided are correct, was within the range of heights for the peak of the roof of surrounding structures, the eave lines of surrounding structures, and the height of the chimneys of surrounding structures. The width of the house is within the range of widths of surrounding houses on the block. So the way that it sits on the lot, as far as the spacing between neighboring structures, that is consistent with the pattern along the block. The square footage has been reduced from what we saw the last time down to 2,443 square feet. The houses on the block vary widely. Many of them are well under 2,000 square feet, but there is one other house that is slightly larger than that. It does include an addition, and then another house that is in the 2,000 square foot range. This house is, I believe, 85 feet long front to back, which is longer than many of the houses on the block, particularly the ones that have not had an addition on the rear. There are other houses on the block that are 65 feet long front to back, 70-something feet long front to back. So that's where staff's recommendation came in, is that yes, it would be one of the, at the far upper end of the range on the block, but not outrageously larger than everything else that is there. From a street view perspective, the width, the height, the massing of the front of the building, we felt that it was in line with the surrounding neighboring structures. And I am very sorry that the very lovely rendering that I'm looking at right now, and unfortunately I'm not allowed to share on my screen because it has not been provided previously, can't be seen. But you can see the renderings of the house itself that were done. That, from that streetscape view, staff felt that it was a compatible yet differentiated design with the surrounding block.
I guess that's probably the biggest thing, is I feel like that drawing was kind of the, computer drawings and so forth are one thing, but they never ever come across as a very attractive, drawing. And that's why it makes sense to me now why people are reacting a little bit the way they are. I wish this drawing could be seen. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and if, on
I think some attitudes would change if they could see that streetscape elevation, especially after what you just said.
The elevation of just the house, the rendering is, page 8 of, let's see, which attachment is that?
Hey, Katie, you had said that the house is like 85 feet long. It's actually 69 and a half. So it does actually fit a lot of properties on the street.
I'm sorry, that last part broke up.
Oh, I was just saying, you had stated that the length of the house was 85 or 80 something. It's actually 15. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Jared, we're getting a lot of feedback from, I think, the microphone or whatever it is that you're utilizing. right now. I'm not sure why, but. Okay, that seems to have stopped it. So we are out of continuances on this particular project. We have heard from the neighborhood association, we've heard from the applicant, heard from some commissioners. I think at this point we need a motion to determine what it is or what direction we are going to go. Do we have a motion from one of the commissioners and a second?
I mean, I would make a motion to, I need assistance from Katie or Angela, with prejudice or without prejudice, which one? So that they could come back with a different design.
That would be without prejudice.
Without prejudice. I think that's our only option today.
I tend to agree.
So I would make a motion to deny without prejudice HPCA 20-00070.
I'll second.
Do I need findings on that, Katie? Katie? Angela?
You do need findings.
Okay. I will have to pull up that. Okay, let's see. Take me a minute to get to that piece of paper here. That's not it. Just a second. I'm sorry, I have to be able to read it. Okay.
I think you could state bullet points if you wanted to. 4.2.4 or what have you.
Just 1/2 second here, folks. This is very difficult when I've got a staff report that is, okay, give me some guidance, Angela. Or was it Katie? With the specific findings in regards to in regards to the new construction.
I think, this is Katie. I think if you look at the staff report, the first,
that a new dwelling should be compatible?
The first four findings are kind of saying what new construction should do. And then it goes on to talk about the specific proposal and what it does do. So I think you could take those and either include them or strike them.
Well, it says should be, should relate, should complement, and should not visually compete. So I'm going to say that I agree with those specific findings, but I would find that this specific, that the design does not do those things. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yes,
the
so
finding,
one
the
through,
first finding says it should be compatible. I'm in total agreement, but I don't think it is compatible. The new dwelling should relate to the heights and forms and so forth. I mean, I compliment and detract. I mean, I would be in agreement with items 1, 2, 3, and 4, but I'll add with item 5 that overall that the complete design does not does not follow the guidelines, or is not, I don't know. I need a little help on this. One's tough.
I think you could say, it sounds like you're leaning towards saying that findings 1 through 4, but finding 5, that the proposed design does not meet the previously stated guidelines.
Thank you, Katie. I will go with that.
Okay.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Was that Commissioner Schultz?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Moved by Mary Jo Meacham, seconded by Linda Schultz. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. So this particular item has been denied without prejudice, meaning you can reapply. And I hope that you continue to try on this one, Mr. Smith. And I think we're close, but we're not quite there. Yes.
I just want to close with it. I do appreciate all you guys' time on this deal. As difficult as that was, it makes me think that, it is very close, and there wasn't actually much that didn't fit in the guidelines. So I guess if there were any, so you want a new design, or you're?
I mean, Jared, I would encourage you to have a meeting with the neighbors.
And
I think that's going to be your fastest.
It's about size, and I don't think size is really any relevance. But I mean, I definitely will. So
I mean, I feel like you're going to be challenged again if you come back, and I think that it can be resolved. Many design situations like this are just resolved by, coming together. So that would be my advice.
Sure, but I mean, we also are not going to build a 1,300 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath tutor that was just like what was there. But that's what most people want. So, but I do appreciate everyone, and then who knows what we'll do. We might have the garden.
Thanks, Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, HPCA 2000083 at 904 Northwest 40th Street.
Before we move on, I want to clarify, was that motion to deny all items on 20-70? Not just the construct dwelling? I mean, I know that was the position we were taking. I just want to make sure that we record that accurately.
All items.
Okay.
All items.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay, HPCA 20-83 at 904 Northwest 40th Street, Crown Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by David DeWitt for certificate of appropriateness to 2, install railings at steps, elective, 4, replace front door, elective, and 5, install pavers along the driveway, elective. And the commission has seen this application before. The applicant has provided some additional documentation regarding the proposed door and the pavers along the driveway.
Excellent. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. I'm present. David DeWitt is here.
Excellent. Talk to us a little bit about your project.
Okay. I'll start with item number 5 is the brick. We'll call this a landscape feature along the sides of our driveway. Our driveway, I think it's original, it's 8 feet wide. And we'd like to add a hardscape landscape feature on both sides to extend it to a 10-foot of hardscape. The proposed landscape feature would be paver bricks on top, sitting on 1 inch of paver sand, setting on top of 4 inches of a compacted gravel base. We propose this because with the width of the driveway, trucks often run off the side and it damages our yard. So we like to propose that to increase the utility of the driveway. We think that it won't have a negative aesthetic impact. The revision from last time, I think that the application stated that the sub base for the bricks would be concrete with rebar, and that has been changed to the compacted gravel, which is a temporary, makes a temporary installation. And that's it for the bricks. The other item, I think it's item D or item 4, is to change the front door. Our current front door is probably, I guess, a 3/4 wood or 4/5 wood with a half moon on top. We'd like to convert that to some version of a full light. The prior application had a 4-light with narrow muntins, and we provided a revised proposal. It is again a 4-light, but with wider muntins, and we used a house down the street as a comparison that has the same door, and I don't have my whole application, but the picture of that house is in the application. It is page page 21 of 28. And that house has a similar window design, similar sized divided light, natural divided light windows. So we thought with that analog nearby that it could be, local example of that door being on a house that doesn't disrupt the aesthetics too much. In the past, I'd met with Angela Yetter about this, and she proposed we consider a more classic French door style that might be more suitable. And want to propose that while we specifically propose this door on pages 20 and 21, that we are agreeable if the council wants to propose a 6 or 8 light French door instead of this one for any reason. Those are all of my remarks.
Perfect. Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project? Okay, any commissioners with questions for Mr. DeWitt? It all seems pretty straightforward to me. The railing is very simple, which is good. I like the fact that we are noting these as a landscape feature and moving it from a concrete and rebar to a product that's a little less permanent. I'm a little uncomfortable with the design of the door. I don't think we see that very often in this particular area. I know that there is an example of that, the 4-light door, but I would be comfortable with something a little more traditional for this particular house. So those would be my comments.
And if we could work with Angela and Katie, if you wanted to do a if we could do a dual proposal, I guess a slight change, but if we could be administratively approved with the exact door design, we would be interested in that consideration also. That we could maybe continue working on the design with Angela if we could get a dual approval for this design and say an 8-light design. And I know it's kind of an aside, but that door is on the house of Roland Tague, who I would think would be following the HP rules.
I mean, I'm in agreement there. I mean, I think sometimes I feel like sometimes we limit door selection. And if this was a historic door and we were replacing it, then I would be interested in having something like that or similar to that. But this is on another house there. So it's not necessarily, a door is not like a totally permanent. We don't have any information what the historic door was. So I would go with this door if other people were interested. The other items I'm fine with.
Okay. Oh, and just for the record, Commissioner Ryman Phillip has rejoined us after recusing from our last conversation. So he is back.
Yeah, I'm back, and I also second Joe Meacham's comments, Commissioner Meacham. So.
I have a question about the pavers. So they're going to be in the ground. The bricks are going to be in the ground, so they're going to look like brick pavers. They're just not going to be in concrete. So essentially, we're going to have the same appearance.
Yes, well, I think the term might be a dry set. That's where there's no mortar between them, and they're
right.
You'd actually have a sand or a polymeric sand between them. So it wouldn't have the appearance of a mortared brick driveway where you might have a half inch of white mortar between the bricks. It would just be continuous red coloring.
I still have trouble with that because it's on the front of the house, and because the guidelines are so clear on what driveways should look like, and that is that they should be no more than 10 feet, and they should be gay concrete, that they should be straight. And because we've not allowed brick pavers in the front as decoration or sort of pseudo pavers, or so I struggle with that one, Mr. DeWitt. I mean, your other requests seem reasonable, and I mean, if you're willing to do a door that's a little more historical, that would be great. But I'm kind of struggling with the pavers.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? And I don't know that I asked if there's any other citizens of the neighborhood that wishes to speak on this particular item, but I'll give that one more shot and then see if we would like to entertain a vote. Motion. Okay, hearing nothing from the neighborhood or citizens.
But I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve items. Oh, we're confused. Is it 2, 4, and 5? I can't see all my papers. Let's see. 2, 4, and 5 with the specific findings. Let's see. For item 2 with the specific findings, with item 4 with the specific findings that the existing door, okay, number 1, number 2, and then my third one would be that the proposed door is similar and to me, it is similar with other doors and is in style with other historic doors. And it's similar in style with other historic doors in proportion, shape, pattern, and detail, in my opinion. And item 5 with the specific findings, that the pavers, that the pavers should be considered as landscape enhancements and are really not part of the, they're not a permanent part of the driveway. Is that okay?
Sounds right to me. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, motion is passed. And I guess I would say enjoy your project.
Thank you. I do have one note for request for clarification with the specific detail on the approval for the conditional approval for item number 4 with the door. I believe Ms. Meacham's remarks were about to be comparable in size and scale to historic doors. Does that mean that this particular door is not approved and that I need to work with?
I mean, what I meant to say was it's approved because it is similar enough, in my opinion, to the characteristics of historic doors to be appropriate.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to, let's see, item number 5, HPC. Are we on 4 or 5? I think we're on 5. 5, HPC at 2000-093 at 2133 Northwest 25th Street.
This is in Shepherd, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Grace Rower for certificate of appropriateness to 2, replace shutters, elective, and 3, install pair of shutters, elective. And the commission has seen this application previously. The applicant has provided some additional information about the history of the shutters and when they were installed, and I think is on the call to be able to answer questions.
Great. So last month, I think we asked for some information on these particular shutters. What did you guys find?
Yeah, so we were not able to get any pictures, but what we did is we went to people that we knew, the previous owners, and we've had, through my wife, had family relations with this family for the past 40 years. So we got the letter of affidavit, found out that these shutters, existing shutters, were built in approximately 1967 to 1968. So that's all we know. we know that when they first moved in 1967, there were no shutters on the home. So in terms of when the home was built in 1937, I guess that's anybody's guess at this point. Were there shutters? Were there no shutters? I did kind of do my own little research in walking the Shepherd's District just to understand what's kind of what's out there. I found about 60 homes, 50 to 60 with plantation shutters of some kind, 8 with board and batten shutters attached, and another 8 board and batten unattached. So that's kind of what's out there. Just maybe that is neither here nor there. Our desire would be to, our desire was to replace these shutters with shutters of exactly the same proportion without the cutout design.
Sir, this is Katie. Do you mind stating your name and address for the record?
Yes, Gary and Grace Rower, 2133 Northwest 25th Street.
Thank you.
Well, do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project? Anybody from the neighborhood that wishes to visit or speak? Okay, well, I will say I appreciate you guys going back and doing the research on this. That was what we asked of you last time. While I do like the diamond cutouts, and we talked about some similar cutouts that were on other homes that are similar in style and form and in the era. To me, I don't see. I think eliminating those is benign enough to where that works, and adding shutters to the second story window, I don't know that I would necessarily have a problem with either. Typically, the guidelines do indicate that we are not to add shutters where shutters weren't previously installed, but not knowing if they were there prior to 1967 or in the 70s, I would imagine when they were replaced. I guess I'm pretty comfortable with the direction that the homeowners are wanting to go. But curious what my other fellow commissioners are, what their perspective is too.
Well, I would have to disagree because I feel like that the guidelines is, my interpretation is that we cannot put shutters unless there's proof that there were shutters before. And they have found information that there were no shutters when these were applied. And so it would be my interpretation of the guidelines that they only have one choice, and that is to repair what they have now. Because if you can't add what you don't know was there, and this is what you have. The guidelines say that you can repair, replace in kind. And so that's my interpretation of the guidelines.
Sure.
So Mary Jo, and maybe staff can clarify this as well. So based on your interpretation of the guidelines, there are essentially 2 options, which if these were in bad enough condition to have to replace, they could replace them in kind with the same design pattern, everything as they stand now, or their other option would just be to go with no shutters. Is that correct?
Yes, because they have found information indicating that that these were added, and they were added after the 50 year. I mean, you can, if you like them, I guess you would be in the mindset of saying that they've achieved their own historical significance. But to me, this is just to me, the guideline, to me, it's clear what the guideline is trying to state, because if we don't have specific historical information on what was there, we can't guess. And so we have to kind of live with what we've got.
I think that's a pretty, I agree with your analysis on that, I would say. So, yeah.
Any other commissioners that wish to be heard on this particular item, or do we have a motion?
So just to clarify, the motion would be, let me pull the staff report here, apologize. I guess, do we need to have clarification from the applicant regarding which route they would want to go, or we would just deny their proposed shutters and the other, replacement kind would be administratively approvable, or what would that look like?
There's no application, there's no CA required for replacing in kind or repairing in general.
If they are going to replace the shutters completely with all new material in kind, then that does require a CA. But staff could work with the applicant on that administratively.
Oh, okay. It would require an administrative to replace all, I guess, okay.
Well, I don't really want to make a motion until, I don't know if the applicant has any other comments on the discussion we've just had, or do you have any other thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, we don't have a problem with not putting up shutters in the upper story. To me, I understand that completely, but I feel like we should be able to replace the shutters, especially since some are deteriorating. And I mean, I don't know, since they weren't original to the house, the shutters weren't original, and most of the homes in our area do not have cutouts. I just feel like we should be able to put in the same style shutter minus the cutouts.
I guess my final comments would be that shutters are kind of a difficult thing because they actually became popular after these houses were, and continued to be popular. So some houses of this style were originally designed no shutters. Some shutters were added later. And so if shutters were included on every single house that were like this in the very beginning, it would be maybe a little easier, but it just goes back to the guidelines.
So
I know that I feel, I mean, I'm not trying, I mean, this one's kind of a difficult one, I know, because it seems like kind of a small thing, but when you're asking approval on it and we're looking at it, it just, it's just, that's according to the guidelines. That's my interpretation of that.
So just to clarify, I understand replacing in kind, 2 sets of the shutters are deteriorated beyond repair, so they have to be replaced according to the same design. So I need clarification on the request to put the same design shutters on the upstairs windows.
Sounds like that is, from some of the comments from the commissioners, that would not be approved, knowing that there were not shutters there previously.
Mm-hmm. So you don't feel like, I guess I don't understand the compliance thing, since it was something that occurred 20 plus years, or 30 years after the house was built. Why it would be such an issue to have the shutters that do not have cutouts?
I mean, if you came today and there were no shutters, we would not approve shutters.
Right.
So since you found that information, that becomes a choice, since you have proof that they weren't there before. So if you wanted to remove them, then that would be allowed, because you brought proof to us that there were no shutters at one time, and it's an older time. I mean, but we can't add shutters where we don't have proof that shutters were, if they weren't located there. It's just.
But you can repair what is currently there.
Yes, repair or replace, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. But we are given the option of removing the shutters. Am I correct in understanding that?
that would be, I mean, we would have to vote, I mean, we would have to, if that was what you proposed, we would have to approve that, I guess. Yes, we would have to approve it.
I mean, in a sense, that would almost be the preferred option, since that would have been the historical condition, is that there weren't any shutters. But since there are shutters, there's no, we can't or won't force you to remove them if you don't want to, or replace them or repair them. So I guess that's kind of, I don't know if that makes sense. And, sometimes these are tough cases, and you kind of get in the weeds, but sometimes with something like this, the guidelines are so clear, I guess, that it kind of, we kind of just have to follow the letter of the guidelines, really, or it's just clear enough to where, that would be where I am comfortable.
Yeah, well, we respect your decision. So if we can work with Angela on approval to replace those shutters in kind, that would be appreciated.
So.
Okay, well, we can, I would be happy to make a motion to approve replacing and repairing the current shutters with the same design as a condition of, So to approve to replace the shutters where there are current shutters, to replace or repair, with the condition that the design remain the same. Is that enough? We don't have to, and then I guess I could add another condition, is that installation of additional shutters would not be allowed.
The installation of additional shutters is item 3, so you can approve item 2 with the condition that they match the existing design, and then deny item 3.
Okay. I would make a motion to approve item 2 of HPCA 200093 with the condition that the shutter design remain the same.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Oh, I didn't mean to second myself.
Did I hear? I thought I heard Klaus say second on that.
He did, but
Okay.
I double clicked accidentally, I guess.
I got to wait on my thing to.
Moved
That's
by Joe
okay.
Meacham, seconded by Klaus Ryman Phillips.
We're
All
good.
in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. That motion
And then
is
I would
passed
make
to
a-
approve the conditions. Oh,
I'd
Second
make a
motion.
second motion to deny item 3 of HPCA 200093 with prejudice. Is that correct?
That means they
Correct.
cannot reapply yet.
Okay.
Moved by Joe Meacham. Do we have a second?
I'll second as well.
Second by Klaus Ryman Phillip. All in favor, please vote. The second motion on item 3 was denied with prejudice. And we will move on to the next item. Item number 6, HPCA 20000105 at 2517 North Hudson.
This is in Jefferson Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Holly Hunt, Sam Gresham Architects for Brian and Teresa Smith for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct house elective, 2, construct garage elective, and 3, install driveway and sidewalks elective, and 4, install fencing elective.
Is the applicant present?
Yes, Holly Hunt, 400 Northwest 23rd Street. Should I go ahead or?
Yes, please talk to us about the project. And we can
Okay,
hear you so
thank
much
you.
better this time too.
Thank you. I think I've finally figured this thing out. Third time's the charm, right?
There you go.
Just as an introduction to the project, Sam actually worked directly with Brian and Teresa Smith, the homeowners who intend to live in this home upon construction. went to great lengths and great effort to maintain compliance and to come up with a new construction in this otherwise empty and unattractive lot, to bring forth a project that fits into the historic fabric and is sensitive to the district and the neighborhood, all the way down to the streetscape. So so we felt like we really did our best. Upon comments from last month, just to kind of recap, we had an overwhelmingly positive reaction in general to the project. Specifically, Alan Brown and Klaus spoke a lot about the massing and the proportions being compatible. But there was a discussion about the porch, maybe its massing being a little too large, especially given it's abutting to this single-story bungalow to the north. So we've worked with the homeowners, myself, into providing a revised design where we overall reduced the height of that porch by 10 inches. We did that with reducing the height of the framing structure of the roof itself, and then gained a little bit more inches in reduction of the overall height by bulking up the beam, the porch beam, from an 8-inch beam previously submitted to a now 12-inch beam, which we find is very suited to the neighborhood, very typical porch beam size. And so overall, reducing that height by 10 inches, we feel that this would suit the concerns that the staff had regarding massing. Again, wanted to point out one thing here that I didn't have the opportunity to bring up last meeting. We understand, we do have this, and the streetscape tells the story. I'm sorry if the commissioners could reference that drawing. This is the drawing, elevation drawing streetscape that shows the adjacent properties to the north and south. So we have a 2-story, very similar in construction to our proposed design. It has a hipped roof. It has a protruding entry element. So we've reduced our heights. We are well below the entry element to the south. But again, from the beginning of the design, as a way to adjust the eye, if you will, to that lower elevation of the bungalow, we've reduced the width of our porch, even in the initial design, to the side to the south, to the 2-story. And then have a little bit of a wraparound porch, if you will, side porch, with a low brick column and low brick walls that prepare the eye for that lower elevation of the bungalow. And so as you move down the street, you go from several 2-story structures to the south, and the bungalow is actually the only 1-story element that we see on this street. So our attempt at fitting in with that historic fabric will be to, again, remove the porch from across the whole home to a lower porch elevation with a low brick column at the corner. Again, just to try to fit in with what we have as the historic condition. One other point I want to make is this is a new construction project, and as painstakingly the efforts of myself and Sam to make sure that we're suited in proportion and overall historic fabric of the neighborhood, we have done everything we can to try to reduce the height, reduce the massing, but provide a new construction home that suits how people live today. So I just want to make that mentionable, that new construction is quite a bit different than what we would expect in renovating or changing an existing historic home. And I believe that this project would augment the neighborhood as a whole. We are compatible in all materials and windows and doors. We've really gone at lengths to try to not compete in any way with abutting structures. We have a lot of 3-story structures, a lot of 2-story garages in this district, in this specific neighborhood especially. It's very vastly varying historic elements in this particular neighborhood. So we feel that we've brought really a design that we hope can get approved and could revitalize this particular empty lot. So that's it.
Excellent. Thank you, Holly.
Uh-huh.
Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard? Or does the neighborhood, anyone from the neighborhood, they wish to speak on this particular item?
Yes, this is Joe Basinger. I pass this area every day. I'm a resident of 200 Northwest 19th Street, Oklahoma City. What a great design. Can't speak strongly enough in favor.
Thank you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else?
So Holly, could you be specific about anything that has anything changed since the staff wrote this recommendation? I mean, in terms of specifically about the specific findings that they have asked that it be, or their opinion, their recommendation is that it be continued until those things are ironed out. And I got kind of lost on which of these are now addressed by your discussions with them.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So Commissioner Schultz, again, I spoke specifically to the porch, but I can go dig a little deeper. Again, we've reduced the overall height of the porch roof by 10 inches. So brought that down and then also bolted up the beam. So what was previously a roof height at 9 foot 1 inches, now we're down to 8'3". Okay, so I feel like that reduction was important to the commission and staff last time we met on this. So that was one of the initiatives we took to suit that concern. Second of all, some changes that were made and brought up was breaking up. We had some expanses of wall that weren't broken up with fenestration, with windows and doors. So we've added some windows to the upper floor at the rear. Again, this is some attic space, but we've gone ahead and shown some compatible windows just to break up that expansive wall, as well as added a window in the master closet, which I believe is on the north facade. Again, that was a specific comment to the commissioners last month. But overall, I think last month we had a great talk about and a great positive reaction to this project. And I think that I understand what the staff is trying to do. They're trying to highlight every application of this project and how it's related to the guidelines. However, I would say that every specific finding here, some of which support the project, but the ones that do not, or the suggestions or consider reduction, most of those things I would say are very subjective. I felt like last month the overwhelming response we got from the commissioners was that the massing was compatible. And we feel that it certainly is. We have many 2- and 3-story structures in this neighborhood, even abutting to the east and to the direct south. So we feel like this 2-story structure is incredibly compatible in massing. We are right at a foot taller than the neighboring structure. And now our porch is lower than the neighboring structure to the south. So again, whether or not the commission or the staff brings up these items, I mean, I would still say that they're suggestive rather than concrete ideas about the massing. I mean, to me, we've provided a structure that's very compatible with the neighborhood and all the properties abutting, with the exception of the bungalow to the north. But I think the bungalow itself is the exception rather than the rule. We mostly have 2-story structures on the street, as well as many accessory structures that are larger than the garage we are proposing. So again, I just want to recap. We had a really great and positive feedback last month. I felt like we were on the doorstep of approval, minus this porch issue and some windows. So we've made those revisions, and we hope that the commission feels comfortable with this great project so we can get going on construction as soon as possible.
What about some of the more specific that are not vague, like the height of the garage or the overhead door is not consistent with the criteria? Have you talked about those sorts of design?
Well,
the pedestrian
I suppose
door?
that I suppose that that's a question that I have towards staff. The garage that we've proposed is very meager in size. I would say it's right around 500 square feet. I understand that the guidelines state 5% of the lot, but again, given that this is new construction, you know, we're not recreating a garage from the 30s. This is a brand new garage. However, it's very meager in size and scope. It's a single story, 2-car garage. It's 21 feet by 24 feet, and it has a single pedestrian door and window on the garage. The height of it to me is not an issue at all. We're at an 8-foot plate height. I mean, I feel like this is an incredibly typical garage size for the neighborhood, as well as what would be expected in a home that was built in 2020. Again, I think that the commission has the opportunity here to set a precedent for new construction as well.
Right.
This is a highly compatible home, and it's built within the nature of its construction. So it's not unauthentically borrowing from the past. It is what it is, and in today's standard. And I feel that, you know, so often we look toward the past, as we often should for these projects. But in new construction, we should look toward the future and what this neighborhood will be one day. And I feel like we've really submitted a very compatible project for both directions, past and future.
So these drawings are the current drawings.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm with you, Linda.
I'm sorry, what is specifically your concern?
Well, I guess because when you started with your presentation, it was that a lot of changes have been made, and I wanted to be sure that I understood specifically what those changes were. If the request is now different from what is in front of us in the drawings and in the specifications.
You have the existing proposal.
That's
and
a problem.
It was showing the revisions that we made.
No.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, Linda, because I'm in agreement with you. And it's the new construction idea of that we need to be on board is, I hate to tell you, Holly, it's not a good day for that argument. I think it's not a good, it's not a good argument for me to say that we have to accept that new construction is different. I accept new construction is different, and I'm happy for new construction to go on in a lot of places, but in the historic districts, we are going to look at the past. That is our number one mission of the guidelines. And so there's no looking to the future, and there is no addressing the needs of people. That is not what we are here for. We are here to address the design of the neighborhood, the individual buildings in regards to the past and the past only. Now, we have written new guidelines over time, and we have certain things that we do to allow for new, conservation, energy efficiency, and so forth. But when it comes to the design, I'm only going to look to the past. That's what what I consider my
Mary
duty.
Jo, I'm sorry to have
this one,
derailed you.
Holly, I
don't
have to
mean
say,
that at
let me
all.
finish. I wasn't here last time, but when I saw this and I read staff's recommendations, I thought I had the wrong drawings.
I'm sorry, could you be more specific?
I'm saying when I saw it, I'm going, okay, it's higher than the house next door. It's busier than the house next door, and it makes the house to the bungalow just, unfortunately, I understand that it's the exception to the rule. And since I wasn't here before, I would maybe have gone and driven by it to see the whole block. I didn't in this case, but that alone just makes it a difficult design to accept when it just overshadows the house next door so much. I don't know, do you know how big the house was that was there before?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know that there ever was a house built on this block or in this lot.
I see.
And again, you know, to be fair though, of course the bungalow is shorter, but we do have a 2-story next door, and throughout just across the street we have a 3-story apartment complex. So
right.
we are
well,
not
we're not
dwarfing
comparing
anything.
I agree, but we're not. We certainly cannot. We cannot compare single family homes to 3-story complexes. But it's still higher. Just initially looking at it, it is still taller than the 2-story to the other side. I don't really understand the justification
by
for
12
that.
inches. I mean, only by 12 inches. And I mean, we have a hipped roof that's a similar
I get that
next door. So that total height is going to really be almost imperceptible from the street view. I mean, they will appear relatively the same for all intents and purposes. I mean, we're talking about 12 inches visually and 25 foot away is I would say within compatibility of height within 12 inches. Yeah, I mean, and again, I guess I feel bad because now I feel like I've derailed the feeling of the commission toward this project, because last month we were on the doorstep of approval. I felt like overwhelming response as positive to the design, the nature of the home.
What about the staff's?
construction,
Okay,
materials.
I understand that, but the staff's comments are still, are not the staff comments similar to the original comments?
Well, yes, they are, but the feeling of the commission was that they felt, again, objectively, that it was compatible, and I feel it is as well.
Yeah,
go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so we had this here last month, and I think we considered it as a commission, and I'm a firm believer on being as consistent as possible with our recommendations on historic preservation. I think it's difficult, especially with a new project where, and with all due respect, Mary Jo, I respect your comments, and I know you weren't here last week, or last month rather, so you weren't here for those discussions. And it is an eclectic neighborhood. It's an eclectic corner, honestly. I mean, that single family house is really the anomaly along Hudson right there. Based on our review of this project last month, really Holly has made most of the changes that we talked about, and I'll touch on just a couple that I'm still, kind of looking at. But as a whole, I mean, as far as the massing is concerned, you added the fenestration. You have some different materials, but I think we didn't provide any different guidance on that, and we felt that was okay. I mean, you have 2 different materials, and I think you see that on different houses. So I just want to be clear as far as the commission last month. I mean, I think we provided some clear recommendations, but as far as kind of some of the staff comments and the changes that Holly has made, I think she's more or less followed what we discussed. And like I said, it's an eclectic neighborhood with a lot of different housing typologies. The houses to the south are pretty large, as you can tell from that image that's up. And I'm a firm believer in offering applicants consistency from one month to the next, especially with new.
I understand, but we just had a similar problem in another case today. It's so much like that. I guess that's I probably have maybe more of a reaction to the project, because we just had somebody that has gone through 3 meetings, and we gave them guidance.
Sure,
and then
but we can't
continue to-
consider other projects. This is a
Right,
case
but not the project
That was a
itself,
totally
the
different
guide.
situation as well.
Right, no,
So,
just the guidance. I mean, when you're saying, we should, if we are consistent with guidance, we should go on. I mean, I'm not against that. I'm just saying that we've given guidance in the past, and in the end, things have been changed up, but I guess could staff explain?
change. Yeah, we gave them some very clear pointers, some of which were addressed, some of which I think we could still work on a little bit. But to me, and I'm just speaking for myself here, but from my understanding from the last hearing, we gave some pretty clear recommendations, and I just feel we need to be consistent. If 1 month we provide clear direction on
right
what concerns are, I feel that we have to stick to that. And I understand we can't all be here from month to month, and I know that maybe the issue with the other case, with different commissioners being there and not there.
Right.
Anyway, that's
I mean,
my soapbox, but.
I agree, but there have been cases where new construction takes a new house sometimes can take longer than regular, I mean, I know it's inconvenient, but I would like for staff to speak and I would like to hear staff's opinion on if the changes that were recommended by commission were sufficient enough in their opinion. Katie?
Hi, Megan. This is Angela.
Angela.
I believe that there is a piece of information that the commission requested from Holly last month that you haven't spoken about yet today, but she did include last month, A3.0 was kind of misplaced in the packet, and you did ask that be included this month. And Holly did update that for you, and it is in your packet. And you'll also notice that she has given you a site plan as requested that illustrates the comparison of the proposed structure and its lot coverage to those of both buildings on either side of it. I think last month we did not discuss the garage to any extent at all. And that the commission was very helpful and very directive as far as asking Holly to address the massing and the fenestration, and she has done that. There are a number of items that have not been addressed either last month or this month, including materials, the window applications themselves, as far as whether or not the muntins are permanent or located on both sides and that sort of thing. So there are a number of items included in the specific findings that staff does need answers to.
Angela, I'm confused because we're doing all wood, true divided light on every window in the house. And I've submitted all of that information. We are well in compliance on materials. We're using stucco and brick. We're using, architectural grade shingles. We are, again, I guess I'm just a little taken aback by the reaction because, again, the staff recommendations as well as the commission recommendations last month were pretty minor. Everyone felt like this was a compatible structure, that its massing was compatible to the neighborhood as well as the abutting structures, and that we needed to make some fine-tuned adjustments to the massing of the porch and some fenestration. And we've done that and brought that forth. And I'm happy to discuss any portion of the project, but I again want to reiterate where we were last month and moving forward, how we should, approach this project for approval based on our history here in the last 2 months meetings.
Well, I would apologize if I wasn't here, but when I read the staff report, and the staff report still indicates, in my opinion, that there's issues. That's all I have to look at is the report that we're voting on today. So I read the report very carefully. I've looked at the design, and then I heard, what you're saying. I don't think really you could, I understand what Klaus is speaking to, and I'm, if I don't like it, I don't like to make it, I guess I'm uncomfortable feeling like we make promises. If you do this, you are going to get that. And I don't think that's how we work. But I mean, I'm looking at the fenestration and I'm seeing a window, a fixed window on the side of the house. I'm like, what? I don't really understand that as far as if you've made changes, what was the change?
We
Yeah.
added a window to the closet. I bubbled it on the elevation I sent. Let me double check my attachments here and make sure that you're looking at the right thing here.
I'm looking at the north elevation and there's
right.
The windows don't line
so
up and then they.
Right. Well, the pattern of the fenestration along the side is more of a reaction to the interior. And knowing that that's abutting a property by 10 feet, I mean, it's really not visible from the public right of way anyway. But Klaus and actually Alan Brown suggested previously that bubbled window didn't exist, and we just had, a brick from the bathroom window, which is square and has no mutton. From that window on was just a blank brick wall, and they suggested last week that we add a window, so we did so. That's the change.
I mean, what is the window what is the non-operable window?
That's a bathroom window over the tub. It will be clear glass, but it will be fixed. It won't be operable.
I mean,
all of our other windows are double hung throughout the house.
I mean, once again, this to me, this is in reaction to the interior, which we don't have any control over. But
well, its placement was a reaction to the interior. Adding a window on that wall was a reaction to the recommendation.
I will say I do not like. I don't think that this side of the building complies. I don't think that. But anyway, aside from that, I still don't. Staff's report. I read the report. I felt like that they still have lots of problems. I have a sincere problem with the house being higher than the other. I don't care if it's 12 inches. That to me does not follow the guidelines. I mean, same as maybe, but in this case, when you've got a 1-story on one side, it doesn't seem right to me, but I'm only one person.
So let me ask you, Mary, would you be in favor if the two eave lines of those houses were the same? For those,
I think I think that's better. I mean, do you not have a problem with the 1 foot? Is that, I mean, I totally, we all have to rely on each other, and I certainly rely on you for your opinion.
Well,
and
that
you were here.
Generally, I like the second story to read a little bit secondary, I guess, no pun intended, to the first floor. And that's close enough. I don't know what floor to floor height or floor to ceiling height that is. To me, it wouldn't be impossible to lower that a foot to make it even with the house next to it. So, I think if that was something that made you feel better about it and the applicant was willing to look at that, I think, to me, the single-story bungalow, I'm not really considering that as much because that is an anomaly on that block. And like I said, it is an eclectic neighborhood where you have all kinds of different housing types next to one another. But I could see, if they were able to get that eave line down the second story, if that was a 9-foot floor to ceiling and they brought it down to 8-foot floor to ceiling or something, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Just real quick while I'm talking, the one other thing, that I talked about last time that I feel was addressed somewhat, but I'm not sure if it got better or worse. But I think in your intent, maybe you misunderstood the intent, but it looks like you guys made the porch not quite as deep, and you're kind of trying to go between the second story house to the south and the single story house to the north. And I think it almost makes it worse in the sense that I think if the porch matched the depth of the bungalow to the north, and kind of the eave height, or, you know, if that porch height was brought down a little bit, that would make, you know, I think that would be more appropriate from, you know, from kind of continuing that pattern of development. To me, that's what a little bit of what the discussion was last time. As well,
Claus,
I think
if you'll remember, Alan Brown brought up the fact that porches don't count as far as the building line, and so he suggested, because previously proposed was for our porch to start at the building line, which is 25 feet off, you know, our property line, which would have aligned with the buildings adjacent rather than the porches adjacent. So as a result of and it wasn't just Alan Brown, it was another commissioner. His name escapes me at the moment, but he also brought that point up. So we, again, reacting to comments given, shifted the house forward. We did not change in any way the depth of the porch. The depth of the porch has always been right at 7 feet, you know, 2 feet of which is taken up by that column, you know, on the corners. However, the porch depth never shifted at all.
Gotcha.
It's the same. Yeah.
So that's fair enough.
This is Katie. Can I chime in for just a moment? We typically see the front wall of the building and the front of the front porch aligned. So usually the porches are the same depth going down the block. So everything lines up and you get that visual of being able to look down the line of the porch. And there may have been some confusion about aligning different components of the structure. The other thing that I think was discussed last time that was asked for, and now we have, but maybe there needs to be further discussion, was the alignment of the heights of the porch. Last time there was concern expressed by the commission that it wasn't clear whether or not this porch aligned vertically with porches at surrounding properties. And typically, even when we have a mix of 1-story and 2-story structures, the porches align, even if some of the houses have more floors than the other. The porch floor heights are, you know, in alignment with each other. The porch roof is in line from one to the next, and then one house may or may not have a second story above and beyond the porch. We now have a comparison that shows those where we can see this structure next to the 1-story bungalow to one side, the 2-story structure to the other side. I apologize, I didn't go back and listen to the meeting from last month prior to this meeting, but my memory of the meeting was that there was concern that perhaps the porch itself was going to have to get shorter, not just for changes to be made visually with the beam and that sort of thing, but that the actual porch itself might be too tall.
And we did reduce it by 10 inches. We did do that.
Okay.
As a reaction. The current revision reduced the porch height from, and what I'm talking about is the bottom of that beam. We went from 9.1 to 8.3 this time around. So we're in an 8-foot porch. I mean, I would consider that like as typical. I mean, an 8-foot porch, 8-foot high, you know, ceiling on a porch is pretty typical for any home, much less the district. I mean, in this particular neighborhood for sure, we haven't even called porches.
So it's not clear to me whether the ceiling of the porch got lower. Did the floor get lower? Did the porch wall get lower? Did the roof itself get lower?
So we reduced the height of the column by a full 10 inches. We also brought down the roof structure entirely by 6 inches.
Ollie,
and then we increased the beam by 4 inches.
I would like to ask, are you sure that the total height of the bungalow is only 12.5 feet?
No, I'm not sure. I attempted to knock on the door and take some measurements. I was restricted outside.
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to imagine that, I mean, to me, it looks overly.
And you
Yeah.
could be right. The ridge line could be higher, but again, I mean, without just going and measuring every house in the district, it's hard to know.
Well, honestly, that might be what makes it difficult. 'Cause it does look like that bungalow is almost, I don't know, somehow the proportions don't look right, or it doesn't seem right.
Right. And by drawing that next to the roof, then it's making your porch look too big, when in reality, it would seem like that it would seem like it would be, I mean, that the porch for the bungalow, that the ridge, just the bottom of the roof would be higher than that. I mean, a person could hardly walk under it. So
Well,
that's
you can see
influencing
the
us.
height of the door. I mean, it is a relatively small structure. I mean, look at the height of the door. That's a 6'8" door. Again, I feel weird just
I'm just trying to help
people's
you.
properties and trying to measure their home. Right.
Okay. Well, we'll just assume it's 12 feet.
To echo Katie's comments real quick. I totally agree with Katie's assessment on the porch, and that was our intention in providing guidance last time with, having the house line up and the front of the porch line up. Those are kind of the important things that I look at, when I'm looking at, and the side plan's like, kind of steps down. But to me, the better solution there would be to align the front of that porch with the front of the neighbor porch. And that, maybe it was misunderstood, but that would have been my intention.
Hang on, Klaus, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, align.
Yeah, so
now
on
we're
A1.1.
below, our porch is below the neighbor to the
No, I'm not
south-
talking about
to
the elevation. I'm talking about the plan.
Okay.
Yeah. The elevation,
the side
honestly,
plan.
it's hard to tell because I'm not, without knowing exactly what the house to the
Well,
north.
previously we were aligned with the porch to the south. Is that what you mean?
To the north. No, to the north. So you're there, basically. All I would say is extend the porch out to meet to where it is even with the front of the porch of the house to the north, if that makes sense.
But then, I mean, wouldn't you argue then that imposes a larger mass? And that's what we're trying to avoid. I mean, if our porch, the front of our porch, yes, maybe a little taller than the bungalow, but it is 2 feet recessed, visually from the streetscape at least, that mass will reduce in visual appearance if it's pulled back.
Yeah. And I'm not worried about the mass as much as I'm worried about it aligning. And maybe that was a misunderstanding, but to me, it's kind of like a bad compromise where you compromise, but the end result is kind of bad all around. And I don't mean to say I'm fundamentally opposed to this project at all. I just on the porch, I feel like it's a great, I think it would be kind of a great gesture to the house to the north to have those porches aligned. I think that would be, I think that would feel even more compatible, even though it's a larger house. To me, that would actually make a great transition. You've got the front of the large mass of the house aligned with the large mass of the house to the south, but you've got the porch on the front, which was like a great kind of transition between the house on the north to the house on the south. That's aligned with the house to the north. That would be a really elegant design solution. I think that'd be really, I think that'd be great. In this case, I'm not worried about the massing. I mean, I guess that's, I can kind of see, I can see Commissioner Meacham's comments on the height and keeping those eaves of the second story houses aligned, especially because there's a pretty clear pattern from those 3 houses or the 2 houses to the south. But I think an elegant design solution, and maybe this was misunderstood last time, would be to have the porch aligned with the house to the north and the face of the house, which would be consistent across all 3 houses based on your site plan, to be aligned. So I guess that was my. I don't know if that.
I'm still confused. I'm sorry. I mean, this
Because to
is
me,
just
right
so,
now it's floating in no man's land. Does that make sense? Like it doesn't relate to the house to the north because it's 2 feet back, but it also doesn't relate to the house to the south. It's just kind of hanging out there. And I'm not concerned about, you know, the one thing I was concerned about as far as the mass is concerned is the height of it. You know, at the last meeting, and it does appear like you did lower that visually with that thicker beam. And I know that the house to the north on your elevation maybe doesn't do it justice because I'm not sure if those dimensions are correct or how, you know, it kind of looks maybe a little bit more squat than what it really is. But I guess to me, now there's, you know, it's like that porch is kind of just hanging out and doesn't really relate to the house to the north or to the south. Whereas if you had it aligned with the house to the north, you know, there's a very clear pattern of development there. But then the mass of the house itself still relates to the house to the south, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't, does that clarify it at all, Holly? Or do I have more
well,
confusion?
I understand what you're saying. But again, I mean, that would be like increasing the depth of our porch, which I think
Which I
would
think is a
help
good
for.
thing, because I think 8 feet is a good minimum porch depth, because I feel like when you get too narrow on the porches, it's like it becomes less usable. You know, I think 6 feet is like the minimum to me, and I feel like 8 feet is like, you know, you can really live on that porch. And I think, you know, the bungalow to the north has a deeper porch as well. I think that, I mean, if you go by there now,
Well,
you see.
but again, so you're not concerned about the massing, but the staff is. And so again, you know, the staff is going to highlight any implications and every single thing that could be imagined about this project in relation to the guidelines. So when we get these staff reports and suggestions, we're trying to mitigate between those two things. So if I extend the porch to the east and try to, like you suggest, make this design solution with, you know, the property to the north, then essentially though I'm gaining in mass and therefore wouldn't be compatible to the north.
This is Kate. Holly, I think they're two very different, I think they're two very different things. The porches aligning both in depth and in setback and in height is a consistent characteristic throughout all of these historic districts, that you look down the block and porches are the same height, they're the same depth, their ceilings, their roofs are the same depth.
Only if they have the same
having that be consistent doesn't make the massing of the entire structure out of proportion. I think staff's comments about the massing are really relating more to the overall size of it, that it is taller than everything around it. It is more square footage than everything around it. It's a very large structure. But that doesn't mean that you solve that by making a teeny tiny porch.
Well, this was the same porch as previously proposed, and nobody mentioned anything about the depth. Again, like at that time, we were talking about the height. So I am amenable to the comments. I'm just trying to really kind of narrow to what would be approvable, so that we can get as close as we possibly can next time. Because again, I felt like we were so close last month, and now we're talking about like so many other adjustments that I'm really not sure what the commission wants.
Well, Holly, just let me, real quick, I'll just speak for myself, and I'll let the other commissioners speak. But to me, you're not that far off. And, you know, we're talking about alignment and moving the porch around. And, you know, it's tough to have those final conversations until we have updated drawings. And I appreciate that you've updated those things. For me personally, you know, I'm pretty close still. What would make me feel good about this project is if we align the porches as we discussed. And, you know, if I think Mary Jo did bring up a good point that the south houses have a pretty clear established eave line. You know, if you found a way to match those, which I think is doable, I'd feel pretty good about this, honestly. And I think you've addressed the fenestration. I'm okay with that. I mean, as far as his windows aligning north side, I mean, if that was something that Commissioner Meacham was really concerned about, it looks like, just looking at the floor plans, you could shift that bottom window over pretty easily in that closet to make it align. But so those are kind of my final comments. I feel like I think it's like 90% there. I just think if the porch is aligned and maybe take a look at the roof eave, I would feel pretty comfortable about that. But I'll leave it up to my other commissioners to comment.
I'll give my final comments. I'm in agreement on the porch. And and just looking at the sides, I'm going to comment, but you do not have to address these particular comments. But I would say that some of the problem for me on these long elevations is just it's so flat, and and it's there. It just is. There should be, in my opinion, maybe some indents or something like that. That's just my comments. Doesn't necessarily reflect on you having to do this if you've already made considerations based on other comments previously. The window in the bathroom does not follow the guidelines, and I do not think that a single glass window like that. I'm opposed to that, and those are my comments. I'm opposed to that, and I'm with Klaus on the front on the porch. I'm going to limit my comments to those.
And I will say I am in agreement with the things I've heard today from pretty much everybody who's been speaking. I think last month we were very close to getting this to a point where we could make a motion to approve. I think we are still very, very close to getting this to a point where we can get an approval. I don't know if that happens today. I don't think that it happens today, but I will say I like Klaus's suggestion of extending the front porch. I think, Holly, you brought back the fenestration, you brought back information and data for us to look at in terms of the massing and size, and I think that has raised a couple of questions for us too in terms of the overall height of the structure, and then again, I think there's some not compatibility issues, some issues with some of the finishes that don't necessarily fit the guidelines. So, again, I would be in favor of the suggestions that have been made previously, but again, I don't think we're too far off from getting this project to a place where we can approve it. I just don't know if that's today.
Can I ask the staff what finishes are we questioning here? We've submitted brick and stucco and wood windows.
It was my understanding there was some cladding or some.
We have proposed some aluminum clad doors, but my understanding is that is allowed in the guidelines for. Especially for new construction. I know it's allowed in additions to even historic structures.
There are, I believe there are some French doors that it was not clear whether the muntin or grids were compatible with the guidelines. And all of those are things that, we can work out with you even,
yeah,
after the fact, that sort of thing. So some of
what other finishes? As far as materials, I just want to know exactly, because even I'm confused sometimes by these staff reports, understanding that they do extend beyond, just objectives. Sometimes it's considerations. So to me, I just want to be real clear. Are there any other finishes that are not approved? Because again, we have taken great care in providing construction materials that are within the guidelines.
Holly, have you selected a brick?
Yeah, and that's in the attachments. Yeah, it's more of a buff colored beige brick, which we see a lot. In fact, the building just to the south of the neighbor, so 2 houses to the south, has a very similar tone of brick. We see this a lot in this district, in this neighborhood, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a more buff colored brick as well as a buff colored stucco, and then we'll use a black asphalt shingle.
I mean, just
Thank
speaking
you.
for myself,
I don't think we've spent any time on the garage either, unless you did last month. The garage exceeds all recommended minimum square foot recommendations. Holly, have you talked to the staff about the door or the size or the height?
Well, I'm so confused. We submitted an all wood door. So as far as I'm concerned, an all wood door that's painted is completely within the guidelines. So I'm confused about that in the staff report myself, and it's something I'll get with Angela on, because we spoke specifically about that and what would be approvable. So, you know, we are very amenable to understanding we have to be compatible in materials, and we will do that. So then we come to size. Again, ours proposed is at 504 square feet. It's 21 by 24. To me, that is not an exceedingly large garage. It's a pretty typical 2-car garage. It's not a 2-story, and it doesn't have any living quarters, which is probably more typical of this neighborhood. So I would say that this is a very, sorry, everyone. Working from home. I would suggest that this is a very compatible garage structure for this neighborhood. I mean, we could certainly survey and see square footages in the neighborhood, if that's something that the commission needs to see.
I would just comment on something like that, Holly. When we approve something like that, we want to say, you know, because it is, I mean, there needs to be a reason why we would make it, why we would approve something that is larger than the guidelines. And so you might want to consider that when we, for garages.
So I did the math, and so 375, that garage would be less than 19 by 20. And again, that is what it is, and I understand the purpose of the guidelines and everything. But again, is that, you know, we're not recreating a historic garage. This
guideline is not for historic garages. The 450 square feet is a new guideline that we developed specifically for garages in historic districts. And so we spent a lot of time on that. We're willing to make exceptions, not for big cars, but for other reasons generally. But I'm just saying, when we're doing something that's not, I mean, the recommendation, it's not really a recommendation, really, it says new garages should be 450 square feet. So we build
Okay.
a lot of garages are rebuilt more than houses at 450 square feet, unless we have a reason. So I'm just suggesting that you look at either other garages
We
or
can
whatever.
reduce it.
I mean, just saying we want a
put
bigger
450.
garage, it's hard for us to approve that. We need a reason.
Well, we can do a 450 garage. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the 5% lot, which would be at 375, which is the number I was saying, which is, you know, not really even parked 2 cars. So if we're restricted to 450, I think we can get there. And that's something we're amenable to look at for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like we are going to need a continuance on this.
Can the homeowner speak?
Yes.
Is that possible? So this is the second time. I understand if you go and aren't approved the third time, you have to start over. We just heard about garages, which seems to be very unusual because the 2 houses to the south both have a 20 by 24 garage, and the new construction just on the northeast has a 22 by 22 garage, according to the assessor's website. So what I'm understanding is if we can find proof of a garage of that similar size, we would be able to get that approved. Is that correct?
I'm saying generally, you know, in the findings, in the guidelines that are available for everyone, it says garages to be 450. I'm not exactly sure exactly how it's written, but 450 is what the guidelines say they can be. In your specific findings that the staff report included, it says the garage exceeds size limitations. So, I mean, right there, it's too big for the guidelines. When people, you know, I think commission is open to bigger garages, but we have to have a reason. That's all I'm saying. I just don't want, I'm trying to help in that if you're going to come back and you want everything to be exactly right, that if you address the garage problem also, then, you know, you won't have to worry about that one. That was my only comment. I'm not trying to restrict your
I'm trying
garage.
to decide if I want to come back at all now, to be real honest with you. Because I have seen the commission take different viewpoints at all these different times. And it is very frustrating when you're trying to improve this neighborhood who has for years and years and years suffered because there are structures in here that are not livable. And someone wants to make an investment into this. We're told that the house is too big. The house to the south is actually bigger than this house. So it is really, really frustrating. And we're told that because of the bungalow, we can't build a 2-story house, which when there's houses to the direct south are 2-story. So what I'm trying to do is if I decide that I'm going to come back and make an investment in this neighborhood, I'm not going to come back with a new proposal. I'm going to try to get this thing approved if I decide I want to.
Sir, I'm sorry. I just want to finish. I don't think we're not trying to discourage you, and I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm trying to make sure that Holly has all the information she needs to make the minor changes that it sounds like is required to get this one done. Other commissioners have said we're 95% there. So I don't think that we're not trying to discourage you from doing it. We have guidelines and we have to go by them. And so the garage comment, just another, make sure that you think that one over so that we don't have any problems when we approve your project when you come back. That's all. I know it's frustrating. I know that presenting projects from historic districts, particularly new construction, can be a frustrating experience, and I feel for you, but we're really trying to help you. And that's all I mean, we really are. So.
And we're not
This
really
is
trying to
Katie.
help the
Can I-
homeowner. Oh, go ahead, Katie.
Oh, I was just going to respond to the question about the garage. So the 450 rule is a kind of a baseline of even if you had the world's tiniest little Model T garage that was 280 square feet, new construction garages are allowed to be 450 square feet. The commission has the ability to approve garages larger than that by considering a number of different factors. And those factors include the size of a pre-existing historic garage, the size of garages at surrounding properties, the degree of visibility of the garage from the street, and the way that it aligns with other garages along the block. So if there are larger garages in the surrounding area, then there may be justification for going beyond that 450 square foot rule. That is a kind of a baseline size that we evaluated and established in the guidelines to say this accommodates, 2 typical vehicles and is a reasonable size for a modern 2-car garage. But there are various factors that the commission can look at to go beyond that size, and staff can work with Holly on exactly what we'd need to make that case for a larger garage if you want to pursue that.
And that was really why I brought it up, Holly, was because we didn't really talk about it, and I didn't want that to be a problem next month for you and your client.
Can you hear me? I just want to make sure I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, again, I it's just kind of disheartening because I felt like we brought a really great project, and I felt like we were so close to approval. That's, I think, the reason for some of the frustration from the homeowners. who currently live in Crown Heights. I mean, they're familiar as well with the frustrations, that they're not new to this in any way. But at the same time, we've gone so far, I feel like, to get as close as we possibly could. And so one other thing I just want to mention, I understand about the garage, and we can, I think, you know, we can make some changes there, or at the very least take some time to take a survey of the other structures in the project. But to that extent, as far as the height, I mean, we're talking about doing what would essentially be quite a big change, changing all the floor-to-floor heights in order to reduce the overall height by 12 inches, when we know that we have taller structures in this district. And I mean, I understand the guidelines when they talk about compatibility, but does that mean just matching the eave height of a neighbor? When one door down or across the street, we have an eave height that's, you know, 10, 12 feet more. To me, it's we're getting into that subjectiveness where it is hard for me to determine exactly what could be approved. Do you know what I'm saying?
To me, it's sort of it's a similar conversation to what we had earlier when we referenced kind of the scope creep on houses and as they continue to get bigger and bigger over time. And I think what we want to see is something that is not bigger than the house next to it, is not supremely bigger than the house, the house to the right of it, basically, and something that kind of fits in with everything that's around it. I think we've got to take all of that into consideration. And one thing I will say is, you know, we did have really nice things to say about the project 30 days ago, and we've been at this for 30 to 35 days at this point. And so I hope that we don't get frustrated and give up on this project, because I do feel like it's moving in the right direction. And, you know, like I said, my hope is that we continue to get this to a place that the commission agrees on it, the homeowner agrees on it, and the neighborhood, and it fits in with the neighborhood as well. So I think we're very close to that, I guess, agreement.
Just to follow up on that as well, I built a house in the neighborhood across the street, and I had to come back, I believe, 3 times to get final approval. So I think for new construction, generally it does take, you know, 2 or 3 meetings to get approved. And that doesn't mean that we don't like the design or that it's not compatible, because as we mentioned last time, and even though we have offered a number of small additional changes, that doesn't mean that fundamentally we don't like the project, and we do. And like I said, you guys are 90% there, and I hope you don't give up on it, because I think, you know, it is a great house. And honestly, I feel like, at least from my point of view, we're not really offering that many other changes. I think there's small tweaks to the design that will truly make it, you know, as compatible as possible. I understand what you're saying, Holly, as far as, you know, the massing and other houses being larger. To me, in this case, I'm totally fine with the, you know, with the square footage, with a 2-story configuration of it. I think you've done a good job generally kind of continuing that character of development. You do have those 2 big kind of boxy houses to the south, and their eaves kind of line up, and we generally look at what's in context next door. So to me, that's one thing that I don't think is a deal breaker. I think it's a pretty simple fix to get that closer to where those eaves line up a little bit. And then to me, the porches, and really for me, that is it. I mean, I don't really have a problem with the materials. I think it's a few small tweaks. You know, we didn't talk about the garage last time. You know, I think that's something that, you know, if you want to slam dunk, I think you just make it comply with the 450. You know, I think you might be able to find some special circumstances as well if you guys wanted to go that route. That might even be something, since it is your last continuance, that, you know, I've seen people bring 2 designs just in case, so that they can have option A approved, or, you know, we can still discuss the different options. So I think for me, it's like 2 or 3 small tweaks, and I think you're there. So I hope you're not discouraged. It's a great project, and I went through the same process, and I think it took me 3 visits, and honestly, it resulted in a better project. From, you know, I was happier with the result than I would have been if my initial proposal had been approved. I'll put it that way. So anyway, so those are my final comments, but I hope you stick with it. And I don't think it's a lot of changes, and I think the design is, you know, 99% there. So.
Guys, we've been at it for quite a while on this particular project. I think it probably is worthy of a motion at this point to discuss what the next steps would be. So do we have anybody that is willing to entertain a motion on this?
Do we know what date we would want to continue it to?
When are the dates?
Yeah.
When are the dates?
October 7th or November 4th.
So, Brian, that means that I would have to submit revisions by next Tuesday.
Okay, what if we're on the November timeline and in between now and then we decide not to go forward? Can we withdraw at that point still?
Yes.
Katie, is
Yes,
that one that you
this
can
is
answer?
Katie. Yeah, I mean, you can withdraw at any time if, people do that if they have a change in plans and decide not to pursue an application. So at any
Okay.
point you could withdraw.
Okay, so when is the last time we can submit for the November meeting?
So for November, we would want you to get new documentation in by that meeting's application deadline, which is October 6th.
Okay, that'd be the one.
November 6th, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Well, that would be continuing to the November meeting. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, okay,
Right, yeah, so November 4th is the meeting.
okay. Then I will to continue HPCA 20-00105 to the November hearing date.
We have a second.
I'll second it.
This is Rita. Would you make it the specific date rather
Oh.
than the November one? So November 4th?
Yeah, apologies.
Thank
I
you.
move to move this item to the November 4th Historic Preservation Commission hearing. Thank you, Rita.
Do you need me to second it again, Rita?
Please.
Second.
Moved by Klaus Scheinman Phillips, seconded by Linda Schultz. All in favor of the continuance, please vote on PrimeGov.
I did it for me.
The motion for continuance has passed. And at this point, I think we probably ought to take a little, what is it? Do we want a 10 or 15-minute break, Katie or Rita? What do we
You can do
prefer?
a 10-minute break, I think.
Let's do a 10-minute
That
break.
sounds good.
We'll come back at 5 and start where we left off.
Angela, are you on? No.
I can't be. What's up?
Well, okay, I'm just having problems on my computer situation. I can only see the person that's speaking. What am I doing wrong?
I honestly
I
don't
have it on
know.
my
Jennifer?
iPad and I can see the live meeting. Right in the middle is the Oklahoma City meeting viewer. Do I have two of those on somehow? I don't know.
I don't know. Jennifer, are you still on?
Hey, Mary Jo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
It's Holly. I was going to suggest there should be an options drop-down menu at the top of your screen, and you can go to original size or enter full screen. I think if you go to full screen, you can see multiple people.
I'm looking for that. Okay, it says
Option? Do you don't see that? I'm not.
It's-
I'm on a desktop, so.
I'm on a, let me see. I'm
Is
on
that
a,
button?
I
Look
put
for
the
something
Zoom
with
meeting
dots.
on my iPad so that I could see my
Yeah.
thing. I'm just,
I
it
wish
says
I could see
meetings.
what you're looking at, but kind of look in the corners for something that has
Excuse
like.
me. Hi, this is Jennifer. Commissioner, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so along the top band of your iPad screen, there should be you are viewing screen, and there should be a right tab called View Options.
And that's not, and I'm just not seeing that. The Oklahoma Preservation, it says I have mute, stop video.
The other thing that I'm thinking of, Commissioner, is perhaps it is the Zoom technical setting that only allows you to see who is speaking.
Uh-huh.
That is a pretty standard security feature that Zoom has set up for our
Okay,
meetings.
I found it. Thank you. After all of that, I just I was afraid to hit a button during the meeting. I was afraid to hit a button during the meeting. I was afraid that I would goof everything up. So thank you, people. Doesn't really work there.
That was a blow.
Okay.
The new construction should, oh, it should fit in with the historic fabric.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing good. The one thing I will say about these Zoom meetings is, the AC doesn't typically shut off on me at 5 o'clock like it does at City Hall, which makes me happy.
Yes, yes. Well, maybe the rest of the meeting will go faster.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see.
About
We'll
halfway
see.
through.
Yeah, halfway. Halfway.
Okay, it is 5 o'clock. Do we have, Jennifer, if you don't mind calling roll, if you think we've got everybody back and ready to jump back into it?
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Fudge,
Present.
Commissioner Ryman Philippe,
Present.
Commissioner Meacham,
Present.
Commissioner Milner,
Present.
Commissioner Schultz, Commissioner Schultz,
Present.
there she is. Mr. Chair, you have quorum, thank you.
Awesome. So we are moving on to item number 7 in the cases for individual consideration. This is HBCA 20-00107 at 600 Northwest 17th Street. Katie, do you want to tell us a little bit about this one? Are you back?
Sorry, I was muted. This is Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Holly Hunt, Sam Gresham Architects for Pat Salome for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct rear addition elective, 2, construct covered rear porch elective, and 3, construct section of porch between front and side porch, creating wraparound porch elective. And just a reminder for everyone, if you can state your name before you speak. If you're speaking for the first time during the meeting, please give us your name and address. And then as you speak throughout the meeting, if you can start with, introduce yourself, it makes it much easier for us to keep record of who's speaking during the meeting for minute-taking purposes.
Perfect. Thank you, Katie. So Holly, it looks like you are back up on this one. Can you talk to us a little bit about this project too, please?
So yes, we after we were approved on a previous application for an addition, Pat Salome, my client and the homeowner, expressed to me, she's like, well, upon further thought and discussion with her husband, that they decided that if they were going to get the trades there and do an addition, that they should get a little bigger. Also, her neighbor just to the west has just completed a 750 square foot addition, and Pat, I think that really helped her get to thinking. So we brought to the commission last month and a larger addition, a larger 2-story addition, very similar in scope and intent as the original proposal, which was approved, remind you, back in June. So here we went with a slightly larger addition. The home ends up being a little over 500 square feet in addition, and then we added a little more square footage to the porch. At last meeting, the commissioners felt that the rear porch was maybe a little too substantial, a little too took maybe a little too much attention from that street view. So we have minimized the rear porch and considered it part of the addition. So currently our current proposed, along with the 2-story addition and the addition of the porch. So this is not enclosed space, but the covered portion of the porch. We are right at a 750 square foot addition, which is within the guidelines. That was pretty much the response we got from commission and staff, that if we maintained a 750 foot square addition, that would be something that would be more likely to be approved. So we've come with that today. We hope that this is something, again, it beckons a lot of the same approach
and design intent as the original approval. We're proposing a very similar porch gable to the east as we did in the previously approved. It's similar, it's the exact same dimensions, the same tapered column with a smaller brick base than the front porch, which we hope will emphasize the idea that this is a secondary porch to the front porch, which is very grand. We also have an existing side porch on this project or on this existing home. So our orientation to the east toward Dewey was intentional in that we feel the orientation of the addition along with this porch really creates a side porch feel more than a rear porch feel for this particular architectural element. So that's why we decided to orient the gable to the east. But again, I think the main ideas here are, you know, the commission and staff and myself have really worked to get these architectural elements in proportion with the main house. And so now with this reduction of square footage, we hope that we can move toward an approval.
Thank you, Holly. Do we have anyone from the neighborhood or any other citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project? What questions do we have from commissioners? The one thing that a couple things that I would say in terms of the rear addition, I'm pleased with the size, and it seems like that works pretty well. I think there's some elements that do not appear compatible. The big thing for me is making sure that the house does not look like it has two entrances, one in the front and one in the back. I think we're getting towards a solution there. The struggle that I've got is the guidelines do indicate that the evidence of the existing wraparound porch has not been provided, and it's a struggle to get this to fit into those particular guidelines. So,
well, I will say to that, Commissioner Fudge, just in reaction, yeah, the wraparound porch at the front, this was part of the previous, and I think that staff kind of talked me into creating a completely new project number, or I'm sorry, a CA number, but that knowing that same approval with condition would be moved forward with this. We have completed that report showing the existing support, showing that at one time this was a wraparound porch, and we've gone through all that. So that's just something that I will submit, you know, immediately after approval. The homeowner came to me with this new idea of a revised proposal. So at that time, I just kind of suspended that evidentiary support and means of this new CA. So that's something that we will absolutely provide to staff, no problem.
do we have any other questions from commissioners? Very much not like us to not have questions. And if we don't have any questions, do we have a motion of some sort?
I'll just comment. I think it does feel secondary to entry, and it does look like you have a fence in front of that porch as well. So to me, I'm not sure it necessarily reads as another entry. Just comment on that comment in the staff report.
Thank you. One thing I will just say that was in the staff report that I'd like to address is the differentiation between addition and existing. We have done a vertical trim board at the locations of the two-story addition, both on the west elevation as well as the east. And given that the addition of the porch is one, a historic porch location, but we've just expanded it some, it has a historic relevance to that corner of the house. We're maybe dressing it up a little, but we're also visually trying to prepare the eye for that two-story addition from Dewey, so that again, your eye isn't just abruptly set on this two-story addition, that the roof line of the porch, the secondary rear porch, is it breaks up that large expansive wall. And not being large, again, this is a relatively small addition, well within the guidelines addition requirements, or restrictions, I should say.
How does staff, or how do the other commissioners feel about is it an entrance on the, I guess, east side of, or I guess a stairway or opening on the east side that basically puts you out on the side of the house as opposed to the back? Do we feel good about that configuration? And does that cause any challenges?
Well, I've got both pulled up from last month and from this month here, and they did clearly make it smaller in scale. I feel like, it kind of fits within the addition, the kind of massing of the addition, which I think helps tremendously. If this opened up directly to the sidewalk, I think I would have some concern about that. I think what's unique about this property is that you have I'm not sure if it's 2 feet, 3 feet, 2.5 feet, something, but there's a stone wall that goes around the perimeter, which I remember we reviewed as well. I think this project's been here a few times, but that wall combined with the fence in front of it, remind me, Holly, because I'm looking at the site plan and I see a fence on there. Is that a new fence that you're proposing, or is that existing?
No, it is existing. Yes, as well as the retaining wall. Yes, they are existing. We did pull a CA some months ago regarding a repair of a portion of the retaining wall, but that was largely on the north facade of the property, at the north end of the property. The rear retaining wall and fence are all remaining.
I'm looking at the photograph. Is there a fence on top of the retaining wall?
It's actually set just inside of the retaining wall. Mm-hmm.
So, when you see that, you can see that, it's an unusual situation. If they addressed all of the issues that the commission brought up last time, I would be for approving it.
I guess the only comment I would say, and if you got rid of the steps and gable facing towards Dewey and you just had it opening to the back, I think that would be, I don't think anyone would have any problems with that. But like I said, I think there's, with the retaining wall there and the fence, I just don't think it necessarily reads like an entry.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. So
I can get there too, Klaus, and I'm comfortable with it. I wasn't thinking retaining wall and fence. I was thinking opens up straight to basically sidewalk. But
I had to double check that because that was my thought initially. But because if it did open up and there's a sidewalk, absolutely, I think that would be, I think it would read like another entry.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. I thought the same thing. If you could walk off the sidewalk and not know which door to go into, that might be an issue, but it's not. So I would make a motion to approve HPCA 20-00107. Let's see. Let me look at the conditions here or whatever. To the staff, has everything been turned in?
Except for condition item 3, with the condition that I must submit the evidence report for the existing wraparound porch.
Okay. Okay. Let's see, to approve items 1 and 2. These are much harder when the staff writes them all in the negative here. May not be appropriate is filling this.
Just use a double negative and call
it. Yeah.
Does not do that.
It's tough here. Okay. Porch must be reviewed as an addition. Okay. Construct the section of the porch. Okay, I'm sorry, I did not see on the drawings. Are you going to be able to walk from the front porch to this porch?
No.
No.
This wraparound
Okay.
porch, Mary Jo, was that original?
Okay. Okay, I
continuing.
understand. I thought that was it, and then I read it again, and then it just
Yeah,
was, okay.
we just wrapped that in with this CA, so it would be the most current. So she can do all
Okay,
the work.
so item 3 was really the part that we discussed on the first application.
Right, correct.
But okay, but you're going
So
to.
it just needs the condition, yeah,
Okay.
to submit to staff, yeah.
Okay, staff, do I need findings?
No.
Okay, I would just propose.
Wait, yes.
Yes.
You have to always have findings in the event somebody wants to appeal, because that's what the Board of Adjustment will look at. with
Okay.
specific findings.
Huh.
I think, this is Katie. I think
Yes.
for item 1, you could probably use findings 1 through 4, except in the positive, the proposed addition is secondary to and distinct from.
Okay.
The addition is discernible.
Okay.
And then similarly for item 2.
Okay, I'm gonna have to read these to get them in the record. Okay, so to approve item 1 with the specific findings that the proposed addition is secondary and distinct from the historic dwelling. 2, that the addition is discernible as an addition. 3, that the design components are compatible with the existing dwelling. And 4, that the proposed size of the addition does not exceed the 750 square feet. And item 2, with the specific findings that the proposed back porch is included as part of the addition. I hope that's correct. And that the combined size of the enclosed addition and the 240 square foot of the back porch is 750. So that is an approved amount or in the guidelines. Let's see. I'm going to say that it is not uncommon to have back and side porches. And for item 3, that the evidence of the existing of a wraparound porch must be provided prior to, for that project to be part of the final approval.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by Klaus Ryman Phillip. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov.
Oh, sorry.
Klaus, did you vote? There we go. Okay, that motion has been approved with conditions. And Holly, I think you were out of the hot seat for the day.
Thank you, everyone.
you.
Have a great holiday weekend.
You too. Okay, moving on to item number 8, HPCA 2000-109 at 1626 Northwest 38th Street.
This is in Putnam Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Corey Bates, AIA, for Jacob Henderson for certificate of appropriateness to 3, replace two-story garage with new two-story structure and garage, elective, 4, construct addition, elective, 5, replace trellis with roof, elective, and 6, modify fence, elective. And the commission reviewed this application last month and approved several items, but continued these items asking for some revisions. The applicant has responded to those requests and made some changes and provided some additional information, in particular regarding the placement of the garage structure.
Perfect.
And I think they were going to be on the call to answer questions today.
Excellent. I see Corey Bates is on the call. Corey, are the homeowners present as well?
I believe Jacob is on the call as well.
Perfect. Do you want to tell us about the revisions that were made in this particular project?
Yes. So again, my name is 1516 Northwest 36th Street, architect representing Jacob Henderson here. Last month, we brought this project to all of you. And the one comment that came out that was requested to be reviewed further was how far the proposed new garage extended west past the existing west facade of the residence. In the previous design, that garage extended past the existing house west 11 feet 0 inches. We have since pulled that back 5 foot 3 inches so that now the garage only extends past the house by 5 foot 9 inches. And we pulled it back to a very logical location. In the image here, you can see the existing carport and the existing two-story structure behind it. The proposed new two-story structure, the west wall of that would align with the existing west wall of the two-story structure. From that point forward, the garage would begin, and because the garage is sized for more typical standards and the carport is not, that creates the extension past the west facade of the existing house. One of the things that we've also provided since the last meeting is some additional context within the neighborhood. We pointed out in the application a couple houses that have existing garages that extend past the face of the house. Most notably is 1559 Northwest 37th Street. This house is directly south of the applicant and shares a mirrored condition as it relates to the garage facing North Georgia Avenue. And at that house, the garage itself is a two-story structure all the way to the face of the garage where the garage door is. And that extends past the face of the house by 13 feet. So our this application, the garage would extend past the house or less than half of what the house to the south does, creating a much less presence or a low impact presence on Georgia. Since last month, in pulling the garage back east, the proposed new garage is now completely behind the sight line created by the existing west fence. And that shows in the site plan we provided that the visual line of the fence, if extended northwest, the garage would be completely behind it. So if you are standing on Georgia south, looking north, garage would be completely obscure last month, but this is a unique corner lot. Typically, corner lots have, or typical properties have 90-degree property lines. This property is somewhat unique in how Georgia Avenue angles to the northwest and to the southeast. And when we can only build or add additions to the south side of the property, not to affect the main vantage point from 38th. With that property line angling in, it really restricts the amount of space that we have to work with. So a unique condition there. In the last meeting, when we were discussing, how far west this new garage extends past the face of the house, a comment was made about, potentially pulling it all the way back so that it does align with the west face of the existing house. And we did study that since last month as well. There are a number of factors that make that or prohibit that from being a solution. First of which, if we pull the garage even further east, the spaces inside the two-story structure wouldn't fit. And if we move those to the south, they would be functionally disconnected from the other spaces within the existing residence. Also, there's an existing gas meter at the southeast corner of the existing two-story structure. And we've added that to the floor plan to show its location. The proposed is locate that gas meter. And in a similar fashion, there's an existing 20-foot evergreen tree to the south of the existing two-story structure. And the proposed design allows that to stay as well. We did, even with those in mind, we did study expanding to the south. And what it does is it creates a mass that is oriented north-south and actually creates a greater presence, a greater two-story presence towards the spot in the middle that allows the two-story structure to remain oriented east-west as it is right now and better blend with the proposed garage and two-story structure are clad with the same painted wood siding to match the rest of the house. We've used gable roof lines in the new construction, both to touch on the gable roof line that exists at the existing construction from the original residence that has hip roofs. So finding a balance between having the new construction be compatible, but also distinguishable from the historic residence. And then lastly, I'll point out that the staff report mentions the garage doors, both the vehicular door and door, are completely amenable to revising those to wood, as is stated in the edition of the staff report as they recommend approval. So we based on the comment meeting about the garage extending, and we hope that that is sufficient for the project to be approved.
Thank you, Corey. You're cutting out a little bit there, but I think we got most of what you were trying to relay. Looks like staff did recommend approving this particular project. And one thing I will say is I'm appreciative and grateful that you guys are willing to go back to the drawing board and move everything back a little bit, because I know that was a major concern. I think a lot of the other items kind of hinged upon getting this garage right. To me, it looks like you guys have done what we needed, what we had hoped for in order to get this moved on for approval. But before we go there, I am curious, are there any other citizens that wish to be heard, or is there anybody else that wants to discuss this particular project?
Hi, my name is Laura McDevitt, and I live across the street at 3801 North Georgia. And I just wanted to echo what Corey had mentioned about the garages. So my house faces Georgia. So when I stand on my front porch, I'm staring at the garages that face Georgia. And I think that this design is consistent with the neighborhood and is not going to be intrusive or, perhaps an improvement on the carport that's currently existing. So I'm in support of the application.
Thank you, Laura. Anybody else before we go to commissioners?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I am also a member of the Putnam Heights neighborhood. My name is Blake Gatewood. I live at 1429 Northwest 38, and I would also just like to speak in approval of what their plans are. I walk with my family down this street every single day, and just by looking at the plans, it does look like what they're planning is an improvement just from a aesthetic standpoint, but also, as the report points out, at 1529 or 1559 Northwest 37th, the house directly south of this one, the garage, just looking as you walk past it, is pretty much exactly like what they're planning. So I think not only is it more appealing, but it actually fits within the neighborhood and the immediate neighbors. And that's all I have to say.
Excellent. Thank you, Blake. Anybody else wish to be heard on this particular project? Any questions from commissioners?
I'll just jump in. I appreciate Corey and the efforts he took and some of the extra context you provided. I think this is a good, elegant solution. I think it fits the pattern of development on the street. So to me, especially if you're amenable to the garage door change, to me, it's pretty simple. I'd be open to approving this, but I'll see what other commissioners have to say first.
I agree with
I don't
all
have
that.
any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Corey.
Okay, Klaus, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve HPCA 20-00109 with the specific findings and conditions as noted in the staff report.
Second the motion.
Moved by Klaus Raymond Phillips, seconded by Mary Jo Meacham. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, that motion was approved with the conditions we talked about. Good luck on the project. Thank you, guys. Moving
Thank you
on.
all very much for your time.
Yes.
I sit on a similar board and I know the commitment that it takes. So I want to say
It's a labor of love for all of us. Let's see, moving on to item number 9, HPCA 20-00115 at 2200 Northwest 26th Street.
This is in Shepherd, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Lee Walker for Bernstein Saffold for certificate of appropriateness to 1, install gravel driveway required, and 2, construct metal carport required. And just to clarify, this is work that has already taken place, but the commission has to review it as if it had not yet occurred.
Okay.
And I believe we have the applicant's representative on the call.
Excellent. Mr. Walker, would you like to talk to us a little bit about your project, please?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. We came to the fact, and probably with very little knowledge of the guidelines and rules, thinking in terms that we was not damaging or rearranging the integrity of the property itself, or should I say the house, the garage, or whatever. And we thought that it would be okay to put a building up for recreational concept. But the mistake that we made, we should have. I looked at the COVID-19 concept, and I had to call and ask whether or not that we actually needed a permit in order to put this area up for that purpose. So it never was put up for the intent just for a garage or a place to park a car. It was there for the recreation of the family, where we have a place to sit and a cover over it. So you notice that the material that we used was taken under consideration. We didn't want to do anything that was against the law, but not knowing all the time that we needed to address the city on that behalf.
Okay. Well, staff has recommended a continuance on these particular items. I will say I struggle with the gravel and the carport, just as 2 items that we typically have not approved. But I'm curious if there are any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project, or anybody from the neighborhood that wishes to speak as well? Do we have any questions from other commissioners?
If the staff, staff recommends continuing it, does that mean that there are solutions other than what's already existing? I mean, we would continue it to get in additional information, or is that just to allow?
So this is Katie. We typically recommend continuance anytime, you know, the application doesn't clearly qualify for a recommendation for approval, to allow opportunity for the commission to suggest possible, you know, changes to what's proposed, or just to discuss what the applicant was trying to achieve with their project, and if there are alternatives that would meet the guidelines.
I guess that's what I'm trying to just find. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any alternatives. It's unless you guys have suggested something or somebody knows that, because that's what I'm struggling with.
I mean, I'm in agreement, Linda. Unfortunately, for the applicant, these neither items, the gravel nor the carport cover, are allowed in these neighborhoods under our current guidelines.
Well, I'll say real quick, you know, I appreciate you joining us today. And these are always tough when, you know, whether you weren't aware or whatever the situation is and you've done the work. It's always difficult to go back and say you can't do something. To me, it really does, you know, I can tell that the intent here is an outdoor area that you can enjoy with your family. And, you know, I think that is something that we definitely would consider and allow. Generally, if there's something, you know, if you want to propose a outdoor area like this that may or may not be covered, whether it's a pergola or whatever kind of structure it is, you know, that would, you know, there'd be an application for that. And then we would review that based on materials, height, size, location, that kind of thing. So unfortunately, in this case, you know, we didn't have that process. But I guess I want to mention fundamentally, you know, as far as like an outdoor space like this that might be semi-covered, you know, that's not something that is not allowed necessarily, but there would be a review process to look at, you know, what those materials are and what. So I guess what I'm suggesting is, and maybe what the continuance suggests, is not that we're fundamentally opposed to the fact that you have an outdoor space that you can spend with your family. It's more of the, you know, I think it's the materials, and I think the drive is difficult. I think that's something that we probably may not have approved in either case. But as far as the outdoor space, I wonder if it would make sense to continue, and perhaps you could get with staff and talk about what would be an appropriate structure, you know, that you could put back there to have an outdoor space, you know, I see you got Smoker back there, which I enjoy as well. So you know, I think it could be a really great space. Maybe that's something that you can discuss with staff to figure out what could you do there, you know, to get to a place where we could approve a space for you back there that you could enjoy.
I appreciate that. May I say something?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it wasn't, as I stated, we wasn't just told to defy your rules and guidelines and proposal. It was just that our knowledge was consistent more of, we wasn't interjecting anything to the existing property. It was definitely there just for recreation purpose. And we chose to put it in a place where we recognized it was not even causing eyesore to the property, neither to the community. And the peoples that live in that community, you know, they welcome it completely, and they smiled upon it. It also motivated us to do it is because right down the street, about 2 blocks down, I believe it's on 27
there is also a car park that's established and constructed down in that area. So it wasn't something that we done definitely.
Sure. And I appreciate your comments from the perspective, and we're going to definitely abide by whatever guideline and rules that you tell us to do so. If you do continue, please let us know what we do need to do in order to satisfy the committee.
Yeah, absolutely. We understand that it wasn't done, to flaunt the regulations or guidelines. I mean, we see this quite a bit where someone's just not aware of the specifics of the guideline, and which is always a difficult, case for us because we're sympathetic to your situation, but also we've got to go by the guidelines as well. But I think there might be a solution to where you can have a space outdoors. Whether it's the same form as it is now or not, but I think the staff could provide you with more information on what an approvable structure would be. I think there are specifics and guidelines on materials and size and things like that. So I would I would kind of recommend we continue it just so that you have some time to talk to staff and figure out how you could get to a place where you can kind of, have the space that you want.
Thank you.
But still, yeah.
I appreciate that.
I think we can continue it too. I just don't think we are going to be able to get to a gravel driveway not being concrete as the guidelines require. So it has to have a kind of a conceptual, maybe, reimagined.
We'd love to do whatever you recommend.
Okay.
I'm wondering if, and maybe staff or Commissioner Fudge can provide some guidance. I mean, I almost wonder if we just continue it all, just continue everything. They can work with staff, and then we can have more clarity the next go around, and maybe the applicant has some time to
think about.
Or
I like the idea of a continuance. I mean, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think we can. I think Mr. Lee can visit with staff and figure out what an appropriate solution might be for what we're trying to do back here. But I think as Commissioner Schultz indicated, there's several things that we would not be able to approve just based off where we're at now. So I think a continuance is perfectly as a perfectly adequate solution. I guess I'd be curious if you wanted the November 4th or the October 7th or the November 4th, if that works for you, Mr. Lee.
November the 4th would be fine with us. Will Angie be the one that we need to communicate with?
It would be
This
Katie.
is Katie. Yep. You can contact Angela or me. If you've already been working with Angela, that's fine. You can reach back out to her and work with staff between now and that November meeting on some alternatives.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion?
We do.
I would make a motion to continue HPCA 20-00115 to the, I'm sorry, which
November
meeting?
4th.
November 4th meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by Linda Schultz. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, the continuance is passed. Mr. Lee, good luck with Angela and Katie. You're in good hands.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 10, HPCA 20-00116 at 200 Northwest 19th Street.
This is in Heritage Hills, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Joseph Bathinger for certificate of appropriateness to 1 replace fence elective. And staff did want to clarify that we've had some discussion with the applicant since the staff reports went out. There was some clarification needed on where they intended to install the fence based on the documentation that was submitted and staff's understanding. They do now intend to, or initially intended and have clarified, intended to put the fence in a location that meets the guidelines. And I believe staff is going to be able to work with them on getting all the documentation we need so that that can be approved. I think today the commission could approve this with the condition that any revised documentation be submitted to staff, and that will get them moving along on their 10-day appeal period a little more quickly. Angela, correct me if I'm misstating any of that, or if the applicant's present, if that's not their understanding, but I think that's where we are with this one.
That is where we are, and I have actually received the documentation from the applicant. So that condition will have been met.
Did we skip one?
No.
I don't believe so. I think we're on item 10.
Item 10.
Okay, thank you.
So-
I'd
Go
be
ahead.
happy to make a motion
Excellent.
to approve. Are you ready?
Ready?
I make a motion to approve HPCA 20-00116 with the condition that the appropriate documentation be submitted to staff in order and to require that would make the application eligible for staff review.
We have a second.
Oh,
I'll second.
Moved by Mary Jo Meacham, second by Klaus Rahmen Phillip. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, that motion is approved with conditions. Enjoy your new fence.
Thank you so much. I would like to speak to you for 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
You know, I really do appreciate this approval. But I look at the others who have been seeking approval to build new structures in the neighborhood. And I feel that those have been met with conflicting and impossible to resolve opinions. And then it's not that anything. I live in Mr. Gaylord's house. I respect Mr. Gaylord's house. I've changed nothing about Mr. Gaylord's house. I've spent thousands of dollars to preserve everything in the manner that it was when I came here. But when people are trying to build on a vacant lot and improve the neighborhood, I think they should be treated with uniformity, consistency, and respect. That is the end of my screed. Thank you.
I will say, I think we echo that on the commission. It is an extremely challenging situation with every new build. And we are, I would say it's just a difficult process, but I think your points are well taken.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 11, HPCA 20-00117 at 704 Northwest 27th Street.
This is in Paseo, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Lee Foster for certificate of appropriateness to 1 construct addition to the rear required. And this work has already been initiated, but again, must be reviewed as if it had not. Staff has recommended approval for this proposed addition.
Is the applicant present?
Yes. I think the applicant is present, but isn't going to speak unless you need something specific.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the commissioners on this particular project then?
I just have a comment. I've reviewed the application and I agree with staff.
I concur.
Seems like this is a typical addition on this particular size and type of house, so I tend to agree as well.
This is Katie. The staff report does recommend a condition addressing the masonite siding to be removed and underlying historic siding to be matched at the addition. So just wanted to make sure that we called attention to that and that everyone was in agreement on that condition.
I am. I mean, if I made a motion, I would include the specific findings, the conditions, and the unique circumstance.
The applicant is aware of that condition as well.
Okay.
And agrees to it.
And agrees to it, okay.
Excellent. Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard before we request a motion? Okay, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve HPCA 20-00117 with the specific findings, conditions, and unique circumstances as listed by the staff in the staff report.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Joe, it looks like we're waiting on your vote.
I'm sorry. It gets hidden every time behind
Okay.
another.
Okay.
All of my many windows I have open.
Exactly. That was approved with conditions. Enjoy the new addition to your home. Moving on to item number 12, HPCA 20-00120 at 621 Northwest 25th Street.
This is also Paseo Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application by Luis Hernandez LD Construction Inc. for Amaro and Euphemia Montoya for certificate of appropriateness to 1, reconstruct front porch and steps required, and 2, construct brick arches at front porch required.
Perfect. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Excellent. Talk to us a little bit about this project.
Well, it was like at first they didn't they saw that the porch was really old and all that stuff, and they didn't think it was gonna be a big deal, and they start redoing it until an inspector came by and told us that they needed to get a permit, and they kind of advanced a little bit with the arch and the steps, and I don't know, they're just hoping to see if they can get it approved. And I think they mailed all the paperwork and everything, they needed it, but I don't know if they need anything else. And I'm talking on behalf of my dad because he doesn't speak English.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ma'am, this is Katie. Can you please state your name and your address for the record?
My name or my dad?
Your name.
Okay, Alma Montoya, and the address is 621 Northwest 25th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it looks like staff has recommended a continuation on this particular item. I think personally, I would struggle with the style that the arches, the style of the build out on the particular project. I don't know that it necessarily fits with the current design of the home or those in that particular area. But I am curious, is there anybody from any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular project or anybody else from the neighborhood that wishes to be heard as well?
A lo mejor me van a quedar que a lo mejor no. Dile que espérate. No me está pidiendo
Do we
opinión.
have any questions from commissioners on this particular project?
Dice que no va con lo de la casa. No dice. No, no sé, no.
To me, it looks like we are going to need additional information or a revised design. I'm struggling to see how we would approve this, but certainly can see how a continuance could be helpful in this situation as well.
Maybe staff.
Hello?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was he said that does it need to be redone like it was before, or why it's not going with that arch, whatever they did.
So I don't know that. I don't know that it necessarily has to be redone exactly as it was before. I do believe that there are notes in the file that indicate that the front porch was documented to be non-historic. Having said that, the new construction or the new build out on the front porch does need to replicate or look similar to other houses in the area and have features that would be similar to what this house would have originally had on it as well. So I don't know that it needs to go back exactly where it was, but I imagine it needs to be modified to fit the overall look of this house. And I gather staff can help you with that particular style or what it needs to look like as a finished product.
Good. Katie, could you provide some guidance on, because I'm not sure, obviously what was there before was not the historical condition, I believe, with this kind of half screened in porch. And I'm not sure that there is documentation of what was there before. And if there was not, how do we consider that? I mean, I guess how would we consider this, if you could?
This is Katie. So typically when we have a porch that has already been altered, the historic porch is gone, and someone comes in and wants to redo the porch, we look at the architectural style of the house, and we look around at other houses in the area that are the same style, and we would look for a porch that uses that same style. This is kind of a craftsman style house, so we would look at other craftsman style porches. We would also look at the house and see if there was any evidence left of the old porch, like if you could see on the porch floor where there used to be columns or where there might have been a railing attached, if there's anything on the porch ceiling that indicates where columns were, that sort of thing. So typically, when the work hasn't been done, the applicant would come in with a design and the commission would evaluate that.
Tienes que llevar algo para que lo miren allí. Porque no va con el modelo de la casa, no va con el estilo de la casa. Es como quien dice, tiene los ladrillos, la casa no es de ladrillo, para que le hubieran puesto eso.
Pero sería ladrillo el porche.
Pero abajo, no los de esos.
No, eso no.
¿Y quiere que lleven qué? No, pues tienes que ver qué vas a hacer o con qué puedes hablar para que lo hagas. O... So did he need to tear whatever they done to it and get it done like kind of like the way it was, maybe? Hello?
I guess my suggestion would not be to do anything with it yet, but to visit with staff and figure out what a design, an appropriate design might be for the house through additional continuances on this particular item.
Okay, well, he don't get it. Okay, the arch and all the stuff they did already, it doesn't belong to the house, right? Is that what you're saying? I mean, it doesn't go with the house, right?
Yeah, I guess, so this is a tough one because, honestly, to me, it is an improvement over what was there before. I mean, the half screened in porch, I always struggle with these because I appreciate that you guys took the initiative and put the work in to improve the house. And honestly, to me, it is an improvement. I mean,
for sure.
And so I struggle with this one because, we've got the guidelines that we kind of go by at the same time. It's tough because you've done the work and it is an improvement in my opinion. And,
Well, do we have any resources that we can offer up, Katie, to in terms of assistance in taking a look at the design and stuff like that? Do we have those kinds of resources available?
Yeah, well, what we would probably do first is to just look at other houses in the surrounding area that have something similar. I think, you know, there are lots of houses in the neighborhood that have brick columns that are square brick columns. I would say the arch top is not typical for this style of house, but I think my starting point would be to just look around for other houses that are a similar type of house and see if there's something
so you could minimize
that would be a good example that would be, you know, easily transferable to some of the work they've already put in.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking, that it shouldn't, that the optimum solution would be that he didn't have to tear everything out, but that we could help them adjust it so that it works for both the guidelines and for some of the work he's already done.
Right.
Okay. Dice que tienen que checar primero las casas a ver que más o menos para que no puedas tirar eso lo que ya hiciste. Porque ya lo que... ¿Está bien entonces? Pero tienes que esperar, no tienes que hacer nada ahorita. No, pues también dice que está bien. So, we should wait.
I would suggest,
Don't do anything, but speak with staff and they can help you look at different options for how hopefully, you know, perhaps you can keep some of the work that you've done. You know, I think there might be a solution here that doesn't involve completely tearing everything out, but I would suggest meeting with staff and they can kind of help you look at what else is designed on the street and see how you can maybe adapt this to be closer in line with that. So yeah, don't do anything yet. I would suggest you just meet with staff on this, and we could continue it to the next date, you know, and we would just have this discussion again, you know, in a month or two. Probably November 4th, I think would make sense. But
I would think that would make sense too.
Do I need to call anybody or, I mean, to meet up, or they're just gonna come by, or how are we gonna do this?
Angela,
have you been? Yeah, this is Katie. Have you all been speaking with Angela already?
¿Has hablado con Angela? She say no.
Yes, I've been working with the applicant.
Oh, you
Okay.
have? Sí, cierto. Oh, you have? Well, he's telling me no, so I don't know.
I
guess
will
because
call
we
you
don't know by
tomorrow or Friday.
Tomorrow or Friday?
Yes. And we'll
Okay,
set something up.
Okay.
And
So,
if you, as the applicant's representative, could get in touch with Angela, or if you guys, you know, if maybe the applicant could share the email address or contact info, you know, that way we can make sure that, you know, everyone's in contact. And that.
Do I need to give you my number, or?
Let me give you the numbers for staff, and you can call us tomorrow.
Okay.
My number is 297-3084.
297-3084?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And Angela's number is 297-1831.
And what is your name?
My name's Katie.
So I asked for either one.
Yep, you can call either one of us, and we'll take it from there.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. So do we have a motion on this particular item?
I'll make a motion to continue HPCA, let me make sure I get the right one, 20-00120 to the November 4th Historic Preservation Commission hearing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Klaus Schreiman Phillips, seconded by Joe Meacham. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. The continuance is passed for the November 4th meeting. We will move on to item number 13, HPCA 20-00125 at 1601 Classen Drive.
This is in Heritage Hills, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Matlock Jeffries and David Hartnack for certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace fence, elective, 2, replace and enlarge deck, elective, 3, replace doors, elective, 4, remove rear chimney, elective, 5, replace rear windows with French doors, elective, 6, close existing windows, elective, 7, create new window opening, elective, and 8, replace all windows, elective.
Excellent. Thank you, Katie. This is quite the packet that we received on this particular case. Looks like there are several things noted in the staff recommendations, some approvals, some continuances. I'm curious, it looks like the applicants are present. Please tell us a little about your project.
So my name's Matlock Jeffries. This is my husband, David Hartnack. We're representing 1601 Classen Drive. So very excited to embark on our renovation restoration of this 1925 Spanish colonial revival. Just wanted to outline that this will be our primary residence. We actually live in Putnam Heights right now, but not in the preservation district. We're facing 39th. This is going to be our, raise the kids and spend 20 or 30 years house. So we're spending quite a bit of time and effort to try to get this right. Our main proposal involves 3 basic things. The first is to try to figure out something to do with the fence. We love the fence. The fence is historic. I don't know when it was placed, but we have photographs from about 2 to 3 years after the house was built showing the fence was there. The problem is that in 2020, the fence has got one main gate that is a roadway gate, and Amazon packages come, mail comes, people come over. It's not really accessible to the front of the house. I don't know what the solution is for this. We had initially included in our proposal to keep the current fence but relocate it so that the front of the house was open. Now, there have been quite a bit of discussion about this amongst the neighbors. Some neighbors are totally fine. Other neighbors are concerned about the move, and we understand that. I don't know what the solution is for this. We're really not going to push the fence too much at this point. I would love to hear what the committee thinks, and if you have other suggestions for that. The big part. Let's let them address each point. Well, I think, would you want me to continue with the other, introducing the rest of it, or would you like to take these point by point?
Yes, please. If you can keep talking about your project, that'd be great.
Sure. So the second, and by far the bulk of this, is restoring, renovating, replacing probably the windows and doors on the house. When we bought the house, these are the original windows and we think the original front door. The other doors are non-original. We thought that we could restore the windows. And then we went in and started, we took the interior trim out, and these are non-restorable windows. So basically every window in the house has now been screwed into the framing so that it doesn't fully disintegrate. They all fell in on us as we were removing the interior trim. This is a testament to the fact that, which is one of the points in our window presentation, this house has no overhangs, and unlike pretty much every other house in Heritage Hills, we have no cover. We have no trees, we have no shrubbery that really covers any of these. So this is 100 years of direct exposure to sun, wind, and rain. Unfortunately, the folks that owned this house before us, there was at least 30 or 40 years of total neglect, and nothing was really done. So these windows we've had multiple people come out, including the restoration contractors, who were just straight up with us and said, look, these can't be salvaged. We've got to replace these. What we are proposing is something that is not in line with the guidelines, and we fully understand that. We are requesting a special dispensation because of the siding of this house and the fact that it is fully exposed, that we be allowed to use a full wood, more modern triple pane window with permanently applied muttons, which is not full divided light, but would allow us, to conserve a dramatic amount of energy while still being very long lasting from everything we can tell.
And keeping the visual character of the existing windows.
Yeah, so the other advantage of doing a replacement like the one that we suggest, as opposed to trying to come up with a full divided light double pane window, is that we can replicate precisely the current mutton divisions and the original trim look, which in the photos that you're seeing now has actually been covered up by a renovation at some point 20 or 30 years ago. So that's the major part of those two. Now, the third thing that we're requesting is to replace the rear deck, which was not appropriately constructed and is of too small size anyway, with a full width deck. And one of the things we had planned to do in the window package, I didn't mention, I should have, is in the photo that's showing right now, this sort of half octagon on the corner used to have double French doors along every face. We'd like to reopen the back two faces. And we'd also like to put a couple of French doors on the back face of the house, one of which is just going to extend a current window down to the floor and turn it into a French door. The other one would be in the kitchen. And we would like to build a deck beyond those that the French doors open out onto. Now, the other couple of items that have been broken out here, the close existing windows and create new window opening, that's for one window that we want to move that is on the side of the house next to the adjacent house that would be the northwest face. One of the current windows is going to be where a countertop is in the kitchen. We'd like to move it a few feet into what will be the new dining room. Yeah, so it's the middle window in the image you're seeing right now.
We'll keep the same size, just want to move it a little bit.
Basically just same window. We're going to move it to where it would be symmetrically aligned underneath the second floor window there. So I think that's in a nutshell what we are requesting. Now, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I know I put together a very long proposal, but I'd rather be complete as opposed to not giving you enough information. I'm a physician scientist by trade, so a lot of the initial part of our window application has a lot of sciencey stuff in it, and I'm fully versed on all the characteristics of these windows, so happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay. Thank you for that. Looks like a fun project. Looks like an interesting project. Do we have anybody from the neighborhood that wishes to speak on this particular item, or any other citizens that wish to be heard?
This is John Funk. I am a neighbor. I live at 931 Northwest 15th Street. Our house is catty corner from this house. We see it every day. The only thing I wish to speak to is the fence proposals. There were two alternative proposals, and I am opposed to both. The fence, as the applicant mentioned, as Matlock mentioned, has been there since the 20s, almost as long as the house. The historic nature of this house for the neighborhood and the fence itself go hand in hand and have forever. You don't think about one without the other. People will refer to this house as the house with the fence that supposedly came from France. Nobody knows whether that's a true story or not, but that is something that's Heritage Hills folklore anyway, which may or may not be true. It's an intricate fence in and of itself. It is historic. It is clearly 100 years old, if not more. The other option that they, in making any changes to the fence would make the property look unbalanced. It would be a very awkward look based on what they have proposed. And the other proposal with the wooden fence cutting across the yard east to west would just not be good aesthetically. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, this is Randy Ice, 119 Northwest 19th Street. I sent a letter in from the neighborhood representing Heritage Hills, and we're opposed to the moving of the fence. We're also opposed to replacing the windows. We consistently push for window restoration. We believe in almost all cases, windows can be restored if you are willing to replace portions of them, and there are people out there that will do that. Throughout the neighborhood, we have pushed for this for years and years and years and have been successful in most cases to save most windows. We really don't believe every window in that house needs to come out. That is a critical external feature of the house, as is the fence. And we want those things protected, and the front door, anything that's original. Now, we are willing to things that are not original, back doors, things of that nature, reopening doorways, that's fine. But we really want the external facade of the property protected.
Thank you. Anybody else that wishes to be heard on this particular project?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Brooks and Katie Altschuler at 1526 Classen Drive on the other side of the park. So one, we're thrilled that you all have joined us in the neighborhood and are doing a lot of good work to the house. I think we would echo the concerns that the Funks have regarding the fence, that anything associated with that we would be against because of for the same reasons that were mentioned. However, would be supportive of figuring out some kind of not moving the fence line, but if there was an opening to be made in that to accommodate for pedestrian traffic, that's something that I think is fair enough, but not moving the fence in any substantial way. I would note on our house is kind of a very similar design when it comes to the areas that I think clearly were stuccoed over at some point. We had a similar situation and opened that up. I think with perhaps I haven't reviewed their whole plan, but we're all for that because it's consistent with the history of the house and its original design. And as far as the windows go, I think the devil's in the details. We're against kind of whole replacement of windows with new ones because they vary greatly. But if there are new windows that match, the aesthetics of the old ones, I think we would be supportive of a change, but not, I think that's the key to these buildings a lot, are the windows. And if those aren't right, it changes the look drastically. But I think if done properly, it can be done with full-on replacement windows. So that's just our thoughts. We're pretty strong against anything with the fence, but other than that, we support what they're trying to do.
Anybody else that wishes to be heard on this particular project? Okay, well, this is a big one. What questions do we have from commissioners?
I have a question about the fence. So obviously that is a really cool fence, and you can definitely tell it's been there for a long time and super ornate. So I love anything historical of that nature. My question is to staff on this. What is the guidelines for, obviously we have guidelines for placing fences in various ways, but what are the guidelines as far as a homeowner wanting to move or, remove a fence? Are there any guidelines on our jurisdiction as far as removing existing fences?
Yes,
This is
go ahead, Angela. This is Katie. The first several guidelines of 2.8 fences and walls talks about maintenance of historic fences. We don't reference these often because we have so few historic fences, but it says regular maintenance of historic fences and fence walls is recommended. Regular maintenance ensures the preservation of historic and appropriate fence and fence wall elements. And then 2.8.3, original or historic fences and fence walls are important character defining features and should be preserved and maintained. That's really, I think, the extent of the language about preserving historic fences, and then the remainder of the guidelines really focus on installing new fencing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, because generally we have new fences that are proposed, and not sure if I remember a case where we had a historical fence like this, you know, that that the applicant wanted to modify in some way. And, you know, I'm sympathetic to your concerns about the packages. I went to Google Earth to get another better picture. And I think if you look at the current view, there's a package sitting in front of the gate. So I think, you know, your point is well taken on the deliveries and things like that. And, you know, at first glance, I looked at your different proposals and, you know, I definitely agree with the neighbor concerns. Even if it met the guidelines, you know, the fence going across, the privacy fence, I think would take away from the property. I mean, it's on a great corner. And by the way, it's a gorgeous house. So that's a really cool house that you found.
Thanks.
And so initially I thought that, I think it was the second proposal on the fence that you show where you know, you're not really removing the fence, you're just relocating it. And I thought at first, you know, maybe that's a great compromise where, you know, it's more usable, but, you know, the fence isn't going away. But I also, I understand the concerns from the neighbors and just, you know, it is a prominent corner and that fence in its configuration. I mean, I don't know what the solution is as far as making access easier, but you know, it is clearly historical, and I think it is a character defining feature. So I don't know, I struggle a little bit about really modifying it in a significant way. So that's, you know, those are my comments on the fence. And then as far as kind of some of the existing openings that were there before that you're wanting to open again, I think I'm always for that. I think that's great. You know, especially some of the historical photos that you provided, you know, especially facing that corner, you know, with those. Actually, I don't think you're proposing to open those up kind of facing the curve.
No, our idea was to designate that as a library, and we really wanted a couple of walls where we could put floor to ceiling bookshelves. So that's why we had planned to keep those.
Gotcha. And yeah, we can't make you open up anything that you don't want to open up since it's been closed, but I do appreciate you wanting to open up, you know, as many of the original openings as you can. So,
yeah.
So
can I have a real quick proposal? I don't know how, I haven't thought through this completely, but what would the committee think if we were to add a more plain, shorter black iron fence, sort of in the alignment where I proposed moving the existing iron fence to, so that we had a division between the front yard and the sort of side back, and then putting some sort of pedestrian access in there. Is that something that would be possible? I mean, I would be adding a new fence and leaving the current one just as it is. Honestly, what I'm trying to get is a division between where the mailman and UPS and FedEx deliver stuff and where dogs and kids are at. You know what I mean? So.
Is it possible to create a you know, almost some sort of pedestrian entrance in front of the front door?
Yeah, but the concern is that it's not sort of blocked off, and I worry about them leaving gates open and
kids getting out
and stuff like that. That's why I want some sort of division between the two. And again, we don't have to settle on something today, but I'm just floating thoughts.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. So you're saying leaving the existing fence, but you're saying putting another one kind of on the inside of it.
Yeah, so putting one instead of east-west, north-south, basically along the red line on page 6 of my Appendix A, where which is where I wanted to move the fence to, you know, put a new, shorter, plain black iron fence there.
I don't personally, I mean, I think that would be, you know, I think that would be a good solution if you're trying to keep dogs and children out from the front. If that combined with maybe the pedestrian entrance, that to me that would be a possible. I mean, the pedestrian entrance could be, maybe it's closer to the current gate, so that there's just like, you open the pedestrian gate and you walk up the driveway to the sidewalk, and you don't create another sidewalk.
Right, or the other thought I had, which is a little bit more fencing, is to put a new iron fence, as I suggested, but on the other side of the driveway, and then put a metal gate back at the house, and then just leave the current gate open all the time, and then
Oh, right.
you know what I mean. I
Oh,
really
so the
hate
current
to
gate, the big gate would be open all the time,
Right.
and then the shorter,
gate for the
plainer
cars and stuff.
gate
Right.
would be over the driveway. I can see that as I mean, personally, I can see that as a solution. Anybody else?
I can as well. And I guess I was envisioning, Joe, maybe your first initial thought was, a concrete sidewalk straight up to the front with a pedestrian gate there. But I guess I kind of would be more in favor of leaving those gates open and then having a smaller gate somewhere back towards the back side of the property.
Right.
One, I think it leaves the entire fence intact, which is nice.
Right.
You get to open up those front gates, which makes it a little more welcoming. And then you also get the security of keeping dogs and kids and everything like that
Right.
in the backyard versus getting out the front.
Yeah, so we'll come up with something like that. I'm not opposed to putting a pedestrian gate in the fence. I just really loathe cutting that fence.
Right.
And, I don't know the scaling of the post I'd need to put on the side of the pedestrian gate to make sure it's not weird. And anyway.
So
can I speak to the proposal that was just made? This is John Funk.
Yes.
I'd be opposed to these additional fences. I just think it would look very cluttered. I don't have any objection to a pedestrian gate. As far as dogs go, you can put in an invisible fence to protect the dogs from the delivery people. And I think with technology, you could have a gate designed where when somebody goes through, it automatically shuts, and when they leave, it automatically shuts. So to protect, so that the opening there's never an opening, so it's always closed. You don't have to rely on a delivery person to either open or close the gate. I'm not an engineer, I don't know, but I just know there's a lot of new technology out there with gate closures and the ability of gates to close automatically.
I appreciate the comment. I mean, I think there's always an element of compromise with these. I think everyone wants to preserve the fence and the gate, and but it also needs to be functional for the homeowner to a degree. I wonder, I understand your comment about it being cluttered. To me, just looking at this image right now, if you had a shorter fence than the one in the front, going right along the driveway there, maybe a fence going up, maybe a gate going up the front door, if I'm understanding correctly what you need, and it kind of goes in the side of the house or something. To me, that would be very uncluttered, it kind of goes along with the driveway. So there's kind of a logic to it. It doesn't look like it's just going, across the yard in some way. I guess what I'm saying is I think there's a way to do it that doesn't seem cluttered, that's complementary to the existing fence and would kind of serve to preserve the existing fence, which is something I think the neighborhood would like. And I totally concur with that. But it would also provide an additional, functional element to the homeowners. And that, the front gate, I mean, I'm assuming, after business hours, or if you're not expecting a package or whatever, I'm sure you close it and, kind of maintain that same look. So I think, to me, that sounds like a pretty good compromise. I guess we'll just have to see kind of what modifications you bring us site plan wise, and what
I can do some plans. I should be able to come up with some renderings and stuff too. So we'll see what it looks like.
I think it's definitely going to require a continuance just because where we're at.
And I think if you worked with the neighborhood committee, I don't think that, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to get support for cross fences, and when you can, when I think that this is solvable because if it's about entry, if it's about letting the postman in, I mean, he's been kind of doing that for 50 years, but I mean, if it's about letting, those sorts of packages and deliveries in, there are so many solutions to that other than carving up that lot with fences. So I just think that if you work with them and that you'll come up with a solution that works both ways.
Yeah, so.
But I don't think that we can tell you exactly what that is today.
No, I'll come up with some proposals. Honestly, I didn't even know there was a Heritage Hills committee until yesterday. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, I mean, they can be very helpful for you, and that's really what they want to do.
Yeah.
I guess the remaining item would be the window replacement. Is that correct? Was there anything?
Yeah. Well, and the deck stuff.
Right. I'd like to speak on the windows.
It'd be wood.
What?
As long the windows and doors should be wood.
Yeah, I have some questions for. I mean, one, I think there's been some comments that they could not be repaired, and the owner has contacted Wood Window Rescue, according to the report, and Kevin Wright of Window Innovations, which they're both. I think the committee has considered them professionals in other situations. So I think it's valid to take that report as, correct. And I did look at all, I was very interested in the windows. And so I went through the report carefully. I looked at all of them, and repair is really going to be, I wouldn't say it's impossible. If you had a smaller house and you were trying to you could maybe do 1 or 2 new ones for the worst and repair, that might be something that was feasible. But I think a project this size would be difficult. The first option was the single pane, which we don't, we have people do that, but that's not what we usually request anymore, is a single pane wood window. But and then the other would be the double pane. And then I have some questions though about this new window that you are proposing. Yep. And my first question is, is it an operable window?
Yes. So these are European windows. We have a square here of it. These are European windows that are being used more and more in the northeast part of the country in cold climates. They have 2 operations, one of which is to open like a door, and the other one, which this one can't do, is to tilt down, right?
Right, I can't see you for whatever reason. I understand. Okay, so it is not okay, so to speak to what Commissioner Schultz was about to say, and I think I'm going to be in agreement with her, is that we have looked at lots of windows, and it would be my opinion that I understand your situation and your house and the trees and all of that. But for me, it would be difficult to go against anything but what we normally accept for new wood windows that are currently approved by our guidelines on the front of houses. So I would just say I appreciate so much your research, and it was very interesting. And it's a dilemma. I understand, and I understand your long-term care of the house, and all of that is, I think you have the very, very best intentions. But for me and my interpretation of the guidelines, I think it would be very difficult to deviate that much off the guidelines and it even makes it more difficult sometimes when it's such an important piece of architecture like this house. And you found out that lots of people really care about the house, the architecture, the fence. So I would just say, I appreciate your research, but it would be difficult for me to make that big of a change or to make that big of an exceptions for windows.
Right, Commissioner.
That's my window comment.
Thank you for that. But to the point, I just do want to clarify what you and Commissioner Schultz said, that this is a full wood window that we're proposing. We're not. But
it needs to be a double sash wood window, historic window, just like
Yeah, so
Not really.
so I
It is new.
so I understand that those are in the guidelines. My question is, why is it that way? You know,
Well, we really can't question why things are the way they are. And on top of that, to change guidelines is like a several year thing to do. And we have changed them over the years. And the last time, windows are always, you know, right at the top of the list as to what can we do to help people, you know, be able to change their windows and be more energy efficient. And I'm not sure what date was our last change, but we just can't. I mean, this would, I mean, it's in the guidelines. And so it's, we have to try to go by those.
Well, and the goal is, because it is an important house, and we're really glad that you're passionate about it, because it really requires that as you go through this. But it not only does it have an important fence, it has an important posture. I mean, the very things that you are lovingly dealing with in terms of the way the fence and the lot and those kinds of logistics for your family life are part of your planning. The reason that those windows are so important is because that is the presentation of that house historically to the community. So it is not only highly visible, you know, windows are really the house's eyes in a historic district. I mean, and when they're off, they're just off. And I just don't think you're going to get us, well, you know, I can't support those kinds of windows on that house. I mean, first of all, it's against the guidelines. And second of all, they wouldn't look historical. And that's the point.
I mean,
of the
with all due respect, Councilwoman, if we're doing anything other than single pane, full wood windows, we will not match the presentation. The closest we're going to get are these. That's the reason I selected these, is because I can customize precisely their appearance.
Munchins that will match exactly the existing windows. And so
they don't, existing windows open in and out.
No, they don't. They're sliders. They're double hungs that are now single hung. But you know, again, at some point you have to understand that a double hung window is not a very good design. You know, it's what they had originally, but we've come up with things that are much better.
And we can match the look of the double hung windows with these new proposals.
Right.
So our goal,
I appreciate that you would call me a councilwoman. There are probably not many councilwomen that would appreciate it. I understand, but I mean, that's the guidelines, and there is no compelling reason for us to have a variance to that guideline. None.
Okay, so there's no consideration being
Not historically. Not historically. I mean, not in terms of historic preservation. That's the lane we're in.
And that's what we're looking for as well, Commissioner. You know, we're thinking that these windows would be, you know, we're wanting something that's going to replace the house for the next 100 years. And so we're trying to do that responsibly. We're trying to match the character, which is why we like this house in the first place, is the character of the neighborhood. And we appreciate the work you're doing. And so I think these windows will match the character near exactly from the facade. But you're right, they do not meet the letter of the guidelines. But we hope that
I'm one vote. I mean, I share with you where I'm coming from, because I think it's fair.
I always hate this window discussion because because you have good points. I mean, you get into several things that I think are relevant. One being that you're not going to build back a single pane historic window just the way it was. So at that point, it is a different window, more modern window, and the guidelines do call for more energy efficient, you know, when technology improves. And I know exactly the windows you're talking about from Germany originally. They've had those for years there, and I always love them. You can tilt them to the top if you just want to ventilate, not open up the window all the way, or you can just open them all the way. They're great windows. You know, so the other topic I would say is kind of goes back to the idea of historic preservation and the idea that if you're replacing something, kind of like we talk about with additions, you want there to be a clear line between what is in fact historical and what is an addition, you know, so you can kind of delineate between the historical house and a new addition. And to me, I feel like a window, and this is going to be considered blasphemous probably by all kinds of people listening right now, but I would almost rather have the window. I mean, if they were solid window, it was just a big pane of glass, you know, that were like the tilt turn windows like you're describing. Like I'd almost like that more because they're not the original windows. They're not going to read as the original windows. And you would delineate like, you know, this house has been updated. It still has the same character as it had before. You know, it's got, you know, it really gives our house its character. You know, if the windows were in good condition, I would absolutely say, you know, keep the windows the way they are or restore them. But since that's not the case, and they do need to be replaced, I feel like that is something that has been updated over time, and it reads that way. And I don't think it detracts from the character of the house. But all that being said, we also still have the guidelines, and even if they're outdated possibly, and maybe that's something we need to bring up at a workshop and talk about, how do we consider windows? And this is a hot topic, and that's why I hate this discussion. There are people who will absolutely die on the hill of, you know, you've got to replace in kind, and even if it's not going to be a single pane window, you know, it's got to have the same divisions, and they got to be true divisions. And actually, I concur with the idea that if you're going to have divisions, they should be true divisions, because if you don't have the true divided lights, you know, you kind of lose out on that character that they had. But I guess personally, I'm not convinced that you have to go back with exact window design if you're replacing all the windows in the house. You know, I mean, if you were replacing 4 of the windows on the front facade, I mean, yeah, absolutely, it would look, you know, really silly if you had, you know, all the historic windows and 4 random windows in there. The fact that you're replacing all the windows because they're all in bad condition, you know, I personally don't have an issue just speaking freely about those being, you know, different but consistent. You know, I mean, you're not changing the fenestration size or location besides restoring what was maybe there historically that has been covered up. So
yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, so I guess that's where I stand personally.
And
I'll
throw out to the, I know that you don't care about this necessarily, but you know, this is a Spanish colonial revival. Double hung windows are not appropriate for this style of house. It would have originally, had they had all the money in the world, they would have put casements in here originally, because that's appropriate for the style of the house, right? So these tilt and turns are modern.
And that's why, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they were all consistent casement, whatever, tilt turn windows, you know, I would personally not have a problem with that. I mean, we're bound by the guidelines. We do look at things on a case-by-case basis. You know, it's a tough one because it is, you know, it's a wholesale change. I believe you would still maintain the character of the house if you did that, especially keeping the fence, you know, I mean, anyway, that's my soapbox. So.
And honestly, if this was literally any other house in Heritage Hills, I would not be fighting this point, because every other house in Heritage Hills has nice cover and has trees and doesn't have the exposure.
Or you could do awnings if it
was different style.
But our house is just exposed, and we love it, but that's the nature of the house.
Yeah.
So I think I just confused the whole topic. I'm not sure if I added any clarity whatsoever. So sorry.
I understand what you're saying, Klaus, because windows are difficult. And I mean, when somebody is willing to go to the time and expense to do what is proposed, I certainly understand it. I just, and if it was me, again, like you're saying personally, I would say that is a great solution. You know, you're going to say there's lots of good things about it. I can't vote on it because I feel like I cannot vote yes because of the guidelines. I mean, that is where I'm at. I feel like they are stopping me from doing that, and that's what they're supposed to do. And somebody today said, you know, it's so confusing sometimes. You have conflicting people telling you conflicting things, but the truth is that this is how we hash out what we, you know, have to do or can do or whatever. And I'm with Klaus. It's a great solution. Unfortunately for me, because of the guidelines, I could not be in approval of that. So
I'm in the exact same boat too. I think everything has already been said that I would have said. So I think what you guys proposed looks awesome, looks very cool. I just don't think it fits within the guidelines of where we're at currently. And because windows are such a hot topic, I don't know that I could vote in approval of anything other than what the guidelines state.
I'll just, and final thoughts on this, because I know it's getting late, and I think we're probably close to a continuance, so you guys can kind of come back with some of your adjustments. But, and legal counsel can set me straight on this if I'm way off. But to me, you know, the guidelines are just that. It's a, you know, it's not an ordinance, it's a guideline, and it provides guidance for us to make informed decisions. And I, you know, I feel like as the reason why we have a commission is because not everything is black and white, and because there is some nuance required on interpreting the guidelines. And I think the guidelines, like Mary Jo and Linda Schultz have, and Taylor Fudge have mentioned, you know, I think 9 times out of 10, I think absolutely, you know, I think the guidelines apply, and I think, you know, we stick to them, and I think they're appropriate. You know, I guess in my opinion, the more I talk about this, the more I'm kind of talking myself into this. I think in this case, because you're wholesale replacing all the windows, you know, I think as long as they're all consistent to have the best window that you can have, you know, to me, that's going to do more for preserving this property. I mean, these windows will last, you know, another 100 years, hopefully. It'll help, you know, reduce the maintenance for you. Hopefully it'll keep the building in better shape. And I think again, I just don't think it detracts from the historical character of the house. Especially, I think it actually helps in the sense that you're not trying to replicate kind of halfway what was there. I always struggle with that as a solution. So I guess to me, the guidelines are there to provide guidance for us, but the reason we have a commission is to interpret the guidelines on a case-by-case basis, you know, to make the best decision for each individual property. So to me, I think you've made a good case on why you think these other windows are appropriate. I mean, I think a casement window on all those would be, I mean, I would be in support of that, but, you know, I'm not sure I'm supporting divided lights that aren't true divided lights or anything, but, you know, what you recommended as far as going all casement, to me, you know, I would be probably in support for that, but I also don't want to speak to speak from other commissioners. And I'm, like Linda said, I'm just one vote, but those are kind of my opinions on it. So I'll be quiet.
I think we also need to remember that we have, you know, we have an additional kind of member, and that is the neighborhood. And I think that the people that spoke today are probably very representative of the attitude that the neighborhood's going to take. And so that makes it even, you know, I mean, they want to hold our feet to the fire, as they say. And that's why I think that even if we want to, there's things I think all of us would go ahead and say, hey, go ahead and do that. You know, it's not that big a deal, or that's a great idea, or I love that design. But the guidelines stop us. And so I think the neighborhood, if you could convince the neighborhood, then I don't think that would ever happen. If you could get the neighborhood to come and say, hey, he's talked to us, he's told us about his story, and we understand now, and we're on board. But unless that happened, I don't think it could be considered.
So
personally.
just FYI.
For us to understand that we can't just do whatever we want to do or what we like. I mean, there was the guy across the street that just put in all those windows may disagree with that we would say that his desire to put in different windows or cheaper windows or whatever was not as legitimate.
And these are not
So
cheaper.
having guidelines is what keeps us consistent and consistent with all of the people, not only people, and there are a lot of people who have put in all the new windows. So that's not a unique circumstance.
Yeah,
so
and-
we're trying to balance all of the constituencies as well as the homeowners, because we want you to be happy there.
Right.
So it's not something that we can just do whatever we want to do, and not, at least not in my opinion. So
I would say a unique circumstance would be the fact that they're replacing all of the windows, you know, that all of the windows have been deemed.
Well, I don't think that's unique.
So I have just a couple of points to mention. One is that we actually have spoken to the neighbors nearest us, including Mr. Funk, and they're totally in support of us replacing with these windows we suggested. We specifically talked to them about that. And you know, the other is whenever I drive to this house, I go by Homeland. I drive on 18th and then hit Ollie. There are 5 houses that I drive by that have non-appropriate windows in them, including 3 that have simulated divided lights with grids between the glass that are clearly fake.
I understand.
These will not, and we got a fence in front of the house. The closest you can get to the house is 32 feet, right? These at 32 feet will look indistinguishable from the original window. And that's why this exact window has been approved by many of the large historic preservation societies in the Northeast. Right?
Well, I mean, consider this. If we said yes, and then we were sued by a neighbor, we would have, our question would be, what was the unique circumstance that made you or let you, you know, vote yes for this? And I just do not know what that unique circumstance would be.
We can easily provide that for you.
I mean, I've read every word of your study. I mean, I'm very thorough when I look at cases. And so I know what you're talking. I mean, I understand what you're presenting, but I just don't feel like that if I was up against somebody with the guidelines in their hand, that I would win if I, with quote, the unique circumstances that you have really prescribed. I mean, you gave a list. Unfortunately, those just don't hold up to design. So anyway, would you like to?
This is Katie. Can just one thing I wanted to note just quickly is that the commission has, not often, but has in the past approved simulated divided light windows in some instances where we were trying to replicate a very thin, delicate muntin. And we have, you know, realized over the years, as we've seen true divided light thermal pane windows go in, that 1 1/8 inch, 1 5/8 inch muntin that you get with a thermal pane true divided light product really does change the appearance of a historic window, perhaps more so than a high quality simulated divided light product that can get a 5/8 or 7/8 inch muntin. So I think that's something that, you know, we as that the commission and staff will continue to discuss and evaluate, you know, as we go forward. But it is something that the commission has identified as a unique circumstance in the past and has approved, not frequently, but we've done it.
Katie, I would like to see staff write a, you know, if that is the case, if staff feels strongly about it, then staff needs to write that they, you know, recommend. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've had that, we've recommended it in staff reports before. So,
but not in this one.
Well, in addition to the simulated divided light, there was the concern that this is a single, that it's not a double hung window, right, which also changes the appearance of the window. You know, you usually have that depth and those shadow lines from an you know, upper sash and a lower sash.
Well, can we?
But we can work. I'm sorry, this is Angela. We can work with the applicant towards their illustrating an existing condition. I'm waving my hands like you can see me. compared to their proposed condition. And we can also work with them on describing unique circumstances in more detail such that every window on this house is in fact deteriorated beyond repair, which is highly unusual.
Well, we're not
We
saying
do
they
have-
shouldn't replace the windows, Angela. The issue is with what? And so.
Agreed.
Can we, I mean, I don't think we're going to get there today.
I think it requires a continuance personally.
Well, so I would like a feeling from you all as to where to go. You know, in my opinion, I don't want to do a true divided light double pane window. It's not going to look the same. The buttons are too thick. It's going to look weird. So we're either going to land with me paying for them to come up with full historic single pane true divided light replacements for the entire house, and then figure something else out and me increase my HVAC massively, or somehow convincing you all to do one of these other newer types of windows. Right?
In my opinion, that's the kind of information we need from the continuance is a solution that fits the guidelines, and a proposed solution with unique circumstances that we can consider to modify kind of where we're at in respect to the guidelines. And so to me, that's what.
Chairman, would you want to take a quick poll to give them an idea of where the commission is?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, it would be difficult for me to vote for the windows that you have proposed. Barry.
I would say the same thing. That's not going to surprise you.
I am there currently, but that doesn't mean that I am stuck there.
I would say I don't have a simple answer. Maybe, as you can imagine, I'm not sure that replicating a double hung window with a casement. I'm sorry, my daughter's hungry and tired in the background. But I would, as we probably all are, I'm hungry too. I don't know if replicating a double hung window with a casement window is appropriate at all. I mean, I honestly, in my opinion, it's almost like if you're gonna go that route, go all the way and just do a full casement window, not divided in any way. Which I know people are gonna say that's crazy. But to me, it's either that or I understand your concern about not being able to replicate the buttons in a narrow way, and the other alternative being going with the true historic window, which it's just, it's tough because technology has changed. You can't replicate those historic windows the same way and get any kind of energy efficiency. And really that is an important consideration in my opinion, especially when you think this house is going to hopefully be there another 100 years from now, and you're not going to spend this kind of money to replace the windows again anytime soon.
Oh, here's hoping.
So you want it to be kind of future proof, if that makes sense, right. And so I don't know, I'm really torn because I kind of say either go all the way, and do something different, although I'm not sure you'd find support for that. So, I don't know if that's a route, or just go with something that fits the guidelines, and then I think you'd be easily approved. And, unfortunately, I think that's probably the path of least resistance, but anyway.
I think because it's such a prominent house as well, that makes it even more challenging. I mean, people know this house. I know this house. It's an incredible property. People are passionate about it. I think that again causes, at least some hesitation and some reluctance in my mind to go with something that is new and different from what the guidelines state currently too. Now, if this wasn't such a prominent property and such a highly visible home, I think that you might be able to do some different things with it. But obviously people are very passionate about this one, as they should be. It is a great house.
The thing that I would add is just, I feel I'm very sympathetic, and I didn't count them, but there's a lot of windows on this house that are going to be replaced. But, when we look at, can you come up with this, can you convince us of a situation that would veer us off the guidelines? I just feel like I take a back seat and say, could you convince all those that have replaced windows before you of the situation, of what makes this house so unique, to veer off the guidelines with windows that look beautiful. I from what you're showing, what you're seeing, because that is it, because we face the chance that a prior resident that has replaced windows would come back and say, well, what is that situation? And maybe my house met it, or it's tough. It's a tough situation, with the windows. Because like I said, I'm sympathetic. You're replacing a lot of windows. You've come up with an alternative that would probably work, but it's just outside the guidelines.
Yeah. So I think a continuance is necessary for lots of reasons. And if you guys are comfortable with that, we've got a couple options, either October 7th or November 4th. But which one of those would you prefer? If that's the route you want to go.
Yeah, so in order to get on the October 7th, we need to have our new proposal in by Tuesday, is that right?
Katie, is that the correct
Yes,
date?
that's correct.
Yeah, I fear that's, I don't think we're going to be able to work with them to change much in the next 5 days. So I couldn't imagine that will work. Now, what about the remainder of our proposal? So which one specifically are we talking about? We're talking about number 8, right? Which is to replace all windows.
I think, yeah.
To me, it looks like the deck is something that we are in favor. I think we're in favor of approving.
And the other question would be the French doors on the back, and then removing that chimney so that I can put French doors in the back.
The chimney is, so that's one that gets me a little bit. I struggle with removing that, although in the specific findings, not visible, no adverse effect on the property if it goes away. This is one I can certainly bend on.
Yeah,
not sure where everybody else is though, and
I don't know what this was used for originally, honestly, because we can't find an entrance into it anywhere in the house. It's been plastered over at some point, so.
I agree. If it's a character defining feature, if it's visible from the streets, if it's completely non-visible and non-functioning, and I don't have an issue with that personally.
I think that went to the basement, didn't it? Did it go to the basement?
Maybe, it does go down that far, but there's no hole in the basement.
Yeah, same chimney.
Yeah.
I think it's the windows and the fence and the doors. And as long as it's conforming windows and doors for me. And we're open to steer solutions about your fence.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned with the fence. We just need we need a solution for the window so we can get them ordered, because it's going to, no matter what we choose, it's going to take at least 2 months for them to make them. And then to direct our framing on the interior so that we make sure everything, because basically all of the rough out for all of the windows is rotten away. So we have to reframe all of them.
So is there something we can approve today?
The deck?
Sounds like the deck and the chimney.
The deck and removing the chimney. What about replacing the French doors? I would imagine those have to be very similar to the window situation too.
Yeah, we had proposed putting solid wood that was aluminum clad. I didn't realize that was such a sticky point in Heritage Hills. Now, granted, me putting just a solid wood door in there, it's going to rot in about 20 years because there's just no way around it, but we'll do it if that's what.
I will speak to that, because you were looking at Heritage Hills and the houses there are now many over 100 years old, and we still have front doors, side doors, original windows. So yes, things can deteriorate, but I would say the houses around you are proof that wood can last over 100 years. So
when it's sheltered, right? So we're one of only, I think, 3
Right.
houses in Heritage Hills that's non-sheltered. That doesn't have,
Well, the house I lived in is identical to yours.
yeah,
It
so-
had wood windows and wood doors all around that, where your proposed library is going to be.
Yeah.
With no other protection. You just have to paint them a lot. And
right, yeah. Which, I mean, we're willing to do, don't get me wrong. I mean, we're already, spending an ungodly amount of money and time on this project. So.
It looks like it. Is
Yeah,
there
it's like
something that we can vote, that we can make a motion to approve today that would help, that is that like the doors could get staff approval if you,
Yeah.
the French doors could get staff approval, couldn't they, Katie?
Well, they're creating a new opening. So
Right, but
staff
if
can
we
approve-
approve the opening,
Yeah, if you approve the opening with the condition that they submit a wood door to staff, we can do that.
okay, so we could propose for the deck to remove the chimney and for the new openings. I think as far as I could tell, all of the new openings were in the rear, or that they were the doors that were already there.
Right, with the one exception of that window we want to move on the side.
On the side, to move on the,
So the question is whether that's okay or not.
that, I looked at that also, that, I mean, I'm not.
I'm
that's
good with
not-
it.
I'm good with that. I'm gonna
Oh.
try, I'll go ahead and make this motion, but my other link that I can read is not down, so y'all have to help me. I make a
Can I
motion.
ask one question though? I'm sorry. Just about the window that you're moving.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
think you
exact
said it.
same window.
You're moving,
This
but
window would move under,
it's going to stay in alignment though. Is that what you said? It's going to line up?
yes,
Okay.
Yeah, if the window wasn't already disintegrated, we would move that exact window over. Yeah.
Okay. I get it. Okay. Thanks.
okay. Katie and staff, I do not have my numbers in front of me because my link is broken, so I do have it written in my notes. I think it would be I make a motion to approve the following items with conditions for HPCA 20-00125. Item 2 is the deck, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so to approve the deck with the comments from staff, which are so the findings, were there conditions?
I don't
Were
think
there
so.
conditions on the deck? Comments, staff?
I'm looking. I do not recall. Hold on just a sec.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't see mine.
my connection went down too.
Yeah,
Storm coming
Yeah,
in.
the storm's moving through, I think.
Let's see. I've got the PDF of it saved on my computer. Let me pull it up.
I do not see any conditions. I see specific findings that.
Okay.
Yep.
so specific, so
Right.
approve the deck.
No
and
conditions for the
specific-
deck.
Okay, on the chimney, I would move to approve that with the specific findings that it's in a location that is not visible from the street. Is that correct, sir?
Correct?
Okay. And item 5 through 8, okay, I only want the motion to include those items that are related to moving doors and windows on the rear of the house. That would be one. That would be okay to move the windows and doors. Or one window was to be made into a door. Another window for the kitchen was to be moved.
Right.
One window on is it the west side of the house?
Yeah, northwest. It's
Northwest side of the house, to be moved, but in line, to be in line with one of the windows above on the second floor, and to include reopening one or two walls in the octagon.
two is the plan.
Two walls in the
Well,
octagon.
Yeah, one's a window that was put later.
okay.
We're gonna convert it.
To change the window in the one window in the octagon to the original configuration of French doors, and to another wall in the octagon to open it to the same size as indicated, hopefully when you open the wall up, as the original French doors with the condition on the French doors to be approved by staff, the door specs to be approved by staff. With those, that's the end of my items. Are those, quit laughing. I'm not gonna make your motions anymore.
Hey, you nailed it.
Hey, so those all have to correspond to numbers on the agenda?
Okay,
Yeah.
you were gonna have to, okay, somebody's gonna have to help. I can't see them on my computer anymore. They're gone.
7, but not 8.
Right, I think it's 5, 6, and 7, but not 8.
Okay.
And items 2 is the deck.
Yeah.
Item 2, I had that. It's,
Okay.
it won't even come back up. It's failed.
So we're talking
Okay.
2, 5, 6, and 7. All right.
Okay.
4 is the chimney.
Yes.
And 4.
Yes.
4 is the chimney. Yes, that's included.
3
And
is
you want to
replacing.
include the findings of fact?
Yeah.
As
Only if they're in
applicable?
support of doing doing it.
And I think item 3 is the historic door openings. So we need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're continuing items 1 and item 8.
I think item 3 includes the front door though, doesn't it?
It
It's
did. Now,
existing door.
I will tell you that the front door may be salvageable. It's borderline. That's the only original door. The other doors are non-original. So
Is it your intent to replace the original front door with an identical?
my intent was to replace it with something to match the windows, but now we may not be doing that. So I would be happy to replace it with something identical.
I mean, for the sake of this motion, let's say that you are going to replace it with an identical door, and if you change your mind, you can come back and we will do something different.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, so the motion would include 3 to replace the doors, including the identical front door. Is that everything?
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, the items that Commissioner Meacham referenced have been approved with conditions. Now we must vote on, it looks like a continuance of, let's see, which items are left?
1 and 8.
1 and 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion to continue HPCA 20-00125 items 1 and 8 to the November 4th meeting.
And I'll second that as well.
Okay, moved by Joe Meacham, second by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay, items 1 and 8 have been continued to the November 4th meeting. Thank you guys for sticking with us on this one.
Thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate your thought.
Thank you. Okay, last item on the consent, I'm sorry, not the consent agenda, the items for individual consideration, item number 14, HPCA 20-00126 at 2221 North Holly Avenue.
This is in Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application by Fallon Brooks, Jolly Bird Designs LLC for Sean Lawrence for certificate of appropriateness to 1, demolish existing garage and apartments above, elective, 2, install driveways, elective, 3, presentation for informational purposes only to construct 4 single-family residences with attached parking, fencing, sidewalks, retaining walls, and driveways with parking. And 7, request a recommendation to the Board of Adjustment for a special exception to allow multifamily residential in the HP district. So a little bit of explanation on this. This is a lot that historically had a fairly large apartment building on the lot. That building was demolished at some point in time. We don't know when. The only structure remaining is this garage apartment that you see on the presentation now. There's a 4-car garage with 2 apartments above. And the applicant eventually will come before the commission for a CA to construct dwellings on this property. Right now, they are asking for a special exception for multifamily housing within HP. That's within the use table for HP. You can get a special exception for multifamily. We've seen this previously at the Sunbeam Children's Home when they converted that to apartments. And then they are presenting, they are requesting approval to demolish the garage structure, and they are presenting for informational purposes a design rendering for what they anticipate building here to get some non-binding preliminary feedback from the commission. And I realize it's been a long meeting and you all may not have a great deal of feedback to get, but wanted to at least get them off on the right foot with this project.
Thank you, Katie. I will say I can't get to the notes right now to even look at where we're at on this either.
Let me see if I can share, if it'll let me share my screen. Can you all see the Zoom presentation?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I just can't see the agenda notes.
Same
And the
here, that
attachments.
system must be down. Yeah.
I mean, I
Saying-
have a question that you can answer while you're, or somebody, is the owner on?
I'm the
The owner-
representative. I'm the representative.
Who?
I'm the rep. My name's Fallon Brooks. I'm the representative.
Oh,
I'm Jake Scheffler. I'm one of the owners of the property.
okay. While we're waiting, my question is, are you, I understand asking for a recommendation to, for the multifamily, and I understand the demolition. Are you also, and this was my last one, were you also asking to actually construct something, parking or driveways or something?
Originally, when we had put this in, what we were asking for, because we thought that what we were going to have to do was, open up a driveway on 22nd as well, because that's what's in the ultimate plan in the end game. And staff has advised us that may not necessarily be what we need to do right now. So really the only thing that we're asking for in today's hearing is that we need to demolish the existing structure. The driveway that opens up on the 22nd, and then the new construction and all of that will be part of a future submittal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we making, Katie or Angela, are we supposed to be making a recommendation to what do you call it? For a variance?
It's for a special exception, which is similar to a variance, but it's a different mechanism. But it's the same type of thing. It would be a recommendation to the Board of Adjustment.
It would be, they're asking for a recommendation for a special, I'm sorry.
A special exception.
Special exception for multifamily.
Yep. Yes.
But the plans I saw, some of them showed individual houses.
They're individual, sorry.
Go ahead, Fallon.
I was going to say they're individual units, but it's multifamily in that there are multiple units on one property. Typically, if we were in an area that was not historic preservation, if we were in a regular R1 zoned or R2 zoned area, we would do a SPUD and we would alter the zoning in order to allow us to do more than one detached single family home within that property. And so that's why we say multifamily, because it's single families on one lot. But because the zoning within HP is just generally HP and it kind of has to have its own special exception, that's why we have to come to you guys to ask for a recommendation.
Okay, that's what I understood. I mean, so personally, after reading the case, which I don't have in front of me, I was in agreement for the demolition. Oh, here it is. And then also since we have to approve the final design, I'm also willing to recommend them for the special exception or whatever. So that's where I'm at. I'm done.
Thank you.
This is Katie. I'm going to scroll through there. Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to scroll through their application and get to the, so this is the existing site plan with the garage. This is the existing garage condition.
I guess where I'm at on this is when I look at the garage, I don't see it in complete disrepair, needing to be demolished and destroyed. And I think I saw in your all's application there was a couple of different options, one with 4 of the units, and then one with 3, and then leaving the garage intact. And I will say personally, I think that's kind of a cool concept, kind of giving a nod to the historic structure that's still there, and also bringing in some newer, I would say, smaller units to this particular property. So I liked that direction, but I won't stand in the way of a demolition if my fellow commissioners feel that that's appropriate too.
If I can interject on that point, actually, what we have provided here with everything that's in our packet is the alternate was we sort of approached it from if we presumed that even if we were allowed to demolish the existing structure, that we would have to replace it in kind. That's what the guidelines tell us that we have to do. So the original design was we kind of had like a wish list, and then we had what we presumed we had to do, which was putting 3 new structures, and then a 4th new structure that was the in-kind building that would mimic would have the same footprint and mimic the look of the existing building, because we presumed that we would have to replace it in kind, because it was our opinion from the get-go that garage as is was not something that we were going to be able to save for a lot of reasons. So the look of it, we can certainly mimic. We're not necessarily married to either of the ideas. I guess we would prefer to do 4 singles so that we could do a drive-through situation. But if we have to, we've already come up with a design for both. There was a layout on there, I believe, on sheet.
Are people living in that garage currently?
Yeah.
Okay. So to me, that suggests that it's not in bad enough disrepair that we're worried about the safety of somebody to tear it down. But again,
yeah, that's fair.
Can you remind me? I'm sorry, and I don't have our servers down, so I can't pull it up. But do you have a structural engineer take a look at this, or?
Yes, we did. We had Brian Baker with Market Daily Engineers come and take a look at it, and his concern was that just because the whole thing is, it was built as a carriage house or a garage. We're not sure that it was originally intended to be the purpose that it is. We don't know that the first floor even had concrete floors when it was originally built. So he was concerned, just kind of given the condition and everything. But yeah, so yes, we did. Sorry.
Hey,
we
Fallon,
did have an engineer, yes.
Fallon, this is Jake. I'm one of the owners of this property, and I will say that just because somebody's living in it doesn't necessarily mean it's safe to live in, as we all know. I've been through both those units, and it's like walking on a waterbed. And also, there's no way you can put a car in any of those stalls below. I doubt they meet the minimum requirements for parking garages nowadays. We would like to keep the building, but we've been told by actually 2 different structural engineers and 3 different peer companies that it's once you start moving that building to get it back where it was, it's going to fall apart.
I would ask, is it crucial to get permission for this right now, or could you continue that part and let us just make a recommendation and see if you get through that portion of the process?
I mean, I would presume that it would be crucial for us to get this part done so that we could then move forward with, because the idea was that we need to know what our ultimate goal is, what
Oh.
we're.
Oh, you're finish the
Sorry.
design before you
Yeah,
go
yeah,
on.
because we
Okay.
can't finish. Yeah, we need to finish the design so that we can get this finished, get it done, and we're going to our financing is also going to run out. To be quite frank, like this process is pretty lengthy as it is. Yeah.
Right.
So,
I mean,
we
right.
just
I
don't
would
have
say
time.
from my experience with the neighborhoods, and I've been looking at this particular building for, I'm going to say, unfortunate 30 years. I've worked in the neighborhood or lived and driven by it. And so, and I also had somebody that worked for me live up there for a while. So, and I know somebody else I think that's owned it before. So I know that the condition is not good.
Okay.
And I would be in favor of demolition based on what you've told us and your engineer and your plans. I think Taylor's idea of keeping it, I think it could be cool if it was possible, but I would say, I think that you could get the very best project without it.
I think that's fair. I can support that for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, same here. I think if it's in bad enough condition to warrant demolition, which I believe, you got the structural engineer to look at it, and we got some secondhand accounts from Commissioner Meacham. I feel the same. I think that I support that. And if you do have to demolish it, I think, I support the best use of the property possible. So I think I'd be okay with you exploring all possibilities on how you'd want to develop that, with or without that building in consideration.
I would make a motion to, oh, good. Can you move up so I can see that? Not quite there. What item is it? Demolition number 1?
Item 1.
I would make a motion. I would make a motion to, to approve item 1, the demolition of HP. Now I don't have my number. HPC, whatever.
HPCA 2000126.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Is that based off the findings noted in the staff report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry. It's hard to. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second on that particular item?
I'll second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, second by Klaus Ryman Phillip. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov.
Oh.
Commissioner Schultz, are you still with us? I don't see her name on there.
It said she had left just a few moments ago.
Do we have a quorum?
Yes, I believe we still have a quorum. We still have 4 of 7.
Okay.
Should we call?
So that
It's
is
really bad. I'm out that direction. It may be the weather. It's raining really hard.
So the demolition has been approved. What about item number 3, installing the driveways? And then do we make the recommendation after that? Is that how that works?
I don't think they want to do that
Okay.
now.
So we can just consider the driveways withdrawn at this point, and then we can bring that back when they're ready to propose that item.
Okay.
So we'll just mark those as withdrawn, and we don't need to take a vote on that.
Okay. Do we need a motion to recommend?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody else that has paperwork. I have none.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of HPCA 20-00126. Let me see. I'm sorry. Let me make
Let
sure.
me
'cause
see if I can share it again with you guys.
To recommend to the Board of Adjustment for special exception to allow multifamily residential in an HP district.
We have a second.
Second.
Moved by Klaus Sherman Phillips, second by Joe Meacham. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you guys. I did want to ask really quick. So we're obviously going to put forth an application now to with our designs and everything. And our designs have mostly not changed from the 4 single family, just the squares. We're still kind of in the process of figuring out how we're going to transition from street to front door, basically. And so I just wanted to kind of see if anyone had any feedback for us on that, since we are kind of under some tight guidelines and we want to make sure that we don't delay. So if anyone has any input, I would super appreciate that.
I do, in that are we talking about, when you look at the front of them, is this the one where it has the little low brick fence?
Yes.
Okay.
Katie, could you pull those up for us, please? I'm sorry.
It would be page number 7. Page
you.
number 7 on my submittal. Yeah.
Is it a retaining wall or a fence?
It'd be retaining wall. And so what's missing from that, because I was right up until the minute that Angela was emailing saying I need this, so I didn't quite get those renders done. There's some handrails that are missing from those front stoops and some landscaping and all of that sort of thing. And the question that had been kind of brought up by Angela as well was the unit that would be on the corner at 22nd and Ollie. We weren't sure. We kind of switched the living room on that so that it would face 22nd, so that we would have some curb appeal on that side as well. But then it left us with this very strange sort of corner here at the end. And so those were some things that we kind of wanted to flesh out and just see if anybody had any sort of feedback. And that doesn't necessarily have to be resolved tonight in this meeting. I know that it's been a 5.5 hours that we've all been on this call. So I very much welcome. I know that this lot has been, for a lot of years, has been something that a lot of people have wanted to see developed. And my clients have all kind of been the first ones brave enough to do something kind of wild. So I really would welcome, I would like to meet with some of you if you're willing to get some feedback so that we can really approach this in a way that would expedite it, because we are really running out the clock on this with our financing.
Fallon, this is Katie. The commission is not allowed to meet with applicants.
Oh, we're not. Okay, I'm sorry.
Planning Commission does that, but because HP Commission is quasi judicial, they can only discuss a case in the commission meeting. But staff can, work with you as much as you want. We can set up times to meet and to screen share and that sort of thing, and try and have everything all lined up by the time you come back to the commission.
So Katie, we can't even offer an opinion on this right now since it's not technical.
No, you can offer an opinion now. You can comment on it right now, but we can't in a separate meeting can't get together.
My thought process is the fourth one does look a little out of place. It looks like it's missing something. I could see doing something similar along the front of the 4 of those and doing a side porch on the other to give it some curb appeal on the side and make it a little more visually appealing on that particular end. But I guess that's my opinion.
I would just say, don't, I like when I saw it, I'm like, oh, they're kind of like, I understand where you're going, but I would not be afraid to develop, another, maybe same floor plans with maybe, 2 options. Do something that maybe you think, oh, we love it, but they might not like it.
Okay.
and test us, and then
That
maybe
was-
stick with this, because I think it's such an opportunity. I would just say, I'm not saying these are, I don't want to use the word boring, but I mean, I think that there are some opportunities. It's
Yeah.
very well done, and I liked it when I saw it, but I'm just saying, design wise, I would step out there if you so desire, and maybe come with 2 options. That's all my, that's
we
my
can
advice.
Certainly do that. I think this would not have been my first choice either. I think when I did this, it was really a nod to what was existing on the site. And so that was kind of why we went with it, because we were really going by the guidelines that are in place. So we'll certainly provide some different options and things.
Okay, that's all
but
I'm just saying,
yeah, I super
don't feel
appreciate the
too-
feedback.
I personally don't feel too tied to
Yeah.
that, because I saw what you were doing, and I appreciate that, and
Okay.
I don't think you'd
Awesome.
have problems going that direction, but I'm just saying. So that's it. That's all I have to
Awesome.
say.
Okay. Thank you. Super appreciate it. Thanks.
I agree. I love the project as a whole, and I think it's definitely heading in the right direction. I think Taylor brought up a great point, and Mary Jo, and I think they kind of go hand in hand. Turning that corner on the front house can be, it's always kind of tricky, but I think it can really, really make the development special. And I think because of that, you do have a little bit of creative freedom there, maybe. But I like the way it's going, and I'm excited to see. I know it's extra work if you provide different options, but sometimes that allows us to, to get you approved quicker, because we do have, some different options that are approvable potentially. So, that's
Good,
always
okay.
a consideration too. But
Good, awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Thank you guys so much. Super appreciate
Guys,
that.
I hate to even say this out loud, but we've noticed a discrepancy between the agenda online and the print copy that I have. We may need to redo something addressing the special exception, but because that may not have been posted properly. But Fallon, we'll get with you after the fact to coordinate on that and see what we need to do.
Okay.
And make
All
sure we're ready by the time you need to get to Board of Adjustment. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
And hi, this is Jake, one of the owners again. I just want
Jake,
to
can
ask.
you give us your last name,
It's
please,
Jake-
and address, please?
Jake Shuffler, 8487 Canyon Oak Drive, Edmond, Oklahoma, 73012. And the quick question I had was, what is everybody's opinion on rooftop access and rooftop decks and maybe a rooftop bar? I know that's not necessarily, there's no historical precedent for it, but I just kind of want to know everybody's opinions.
Well, that would be commercial, and you're not applying for that.
You mean rooftop bar for like the residents, like they just have a space upstairs, or do you mean like a?
Yeah, they just have like an area where, on top of the roof where they can,
Oh, yeah.
put a.
I'd be excited to see a proposal, I guess.
Yes.
And to me, to Joe's point earlier, get a little creative with it, and you can bring an option that a safe option, you can bring an option that is not as safe, and I think hopefully we can make it work.
Great, thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, well, that wraps up our cases for individual consideration. We'll move on to item number 7, other business. And we've got item A, 2021 schedule of meetings.
So this is just our schedule of meetings for the next year, with commission meetings on the first Wednesday of the month, commission application deadlines the Tuesday prior to the commission meeting. I don't think we have any odd meetings on the calendar, nothing where we're having to reschedule to a Friday or something for a holiday. But we are supposed to vote on this and take action and submit it to the city clerk before the end of the year. So we're ahead of schedule, but wanted to go ahead and get that done.
Do we need a motion to approve that schedule?
I make a motion to approve the 2021 schedule of regular meetings.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Joe Meacham, second by John Milner. All in favor, please vote in PrimeGov. And for the record, Linda did lose power in the storm, but she is okay. So she's out, but we can handle it from here. Okay, let's see. I'm assuming that motion passed. Item 7B, and we've got BOA 14776 at 1429 Northwest 38th Street.
So this is, it says HP, it's actually Putnam Heights Ward 2 request for a recommendation from Historic Preservation Commission regarding an application for special exception. And this is actually renewing a previously approved special exception to the use in the Historic Preservation District to allow home sharing within Putnam Heights Historic Preservation District. This is one that the commission reviewed and recommended approval of about a year and a half ago. The Board of Adjustment approved the special exception, but only granted it for a limited amount of time. So they are starting back through the process to get it reissued so that they can continue in that use. The applicant indicated that there's no change to the property or to the way in which they are using the property. So we just have attached, or we provided basically the same staff report from last time.
Is the applicant present? Sorry.
Is it just for a year this time?
The Board of Adjustment makes that determination when they hear it.
Okay.
So Mr. Gatewood, you're the property owner, correct?
Correct.
I don't want to keep anybody too long, but I'm curious. I think this is one of the first ones we heard, and I'm curious what feedback, if anything, have you gotten from the neighborhood? What have you heard? How has this gone for you so far?
Yeah, I'll keep it very short, but it's gone really well. It's been really smooth. We've been really happy with the guests that we've been able to host. As far as neighbors, we haven't had any neighbors approach us with any concerns. As we've gone through the second round, I think, I've seen one of the neighbors said something or sent something in to your office. But as far as, as the year went on, no one ever came to us and expressed concerns about how it was going or any particular things. In fact, some of our neighbors have utilized it as, when family comes in town and things like that, they've been able to put them up there, and we will help them out with discounts and things like that. But one of the neighbors has also who opposed me at the last meeting we had, came and said that he had a change of heart on it. I understand that there's still with it, and I think there's some people whose opinions just won't change on it, but it's gone really smooth. We think we've put together a really, good Airbnb, and we've been renting it out on Airbnb. It stayed, fairly booked, and we think it's been doing really well, and it's been a really good thing for our family. So we'd like to continue it. And as far as the historic character, nothing's changed about the house. We don't plan to change anything about the house. We just want to continue to use it for what we've been using it for.
No, I'm glad to hear that it sounds like it's been a good thing for the neighborhood. Do we have any citizens that wish to be heard on this particular item?
Hi, yes, this is Jacob Henderson at 1626 Northwest 38th Street. I was actually on earlier and I saw this on the agenda, want to stick around and voice my support for it. I actually live at the far end, and you guys were looking at our plans earlier. I drive down 38th Street at least once a day, and I've not seen any issues with it. And I know there are other Airbnbs in the neighborhood, and I've personally not had any problems with it and would support him as a neighbor.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that support as well. Okay, I think we need to recommend.
I'll make a recommendation to approve BOA 14776. Request for a recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission regarding an application for a special exemption to use the use in the Historic Preservation District to allow home sharing within Putnam Heights Historic Preservation District.
We have a second.
Second.
Moved by Klaus Schreiman Phillips, second by Joe Meacham. All in favor, please vote in front. I'm assuming that was approved. I didn't see what happened at the end there, but Based off the conversation, I would imagine it was.
Yep, that was approved.
Perfect. Okay. Well, that takes care of item 7. Let's see, item 8, communications and reports. We've got administrative approvals. Anything we need to talk about there?
Nope, nothing special to report under administrative approval. You all can always contact staff if you have questions about any of those. We have nothing to announce under withdrawal, City Council, Board of Adjustment, or Planning Commission.
Rita, anything from the municipal counselor's office?
No.
Don't you have like a 2-hour dissertation you can give us right now? Okay, great. Looks like our next regular scheduled meeting date is Wednesday, October 7th. New applications for this meeting will need to be received, September 1. New information on projects continue from today's meeting. The upcoming meeting must be submitted to staff by 4 p.m. Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. The next regularly scheduled workshop for the Historic Preservation Commission is Wednesday, September 9th from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. It will be held via teleconference. Do we have any other items from commissioners? Thank you, commissioners. Any citizens that wish to be heard?
No citizens left.
Hearing none. Motion to adjourn.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all next month. I'm going to go eat and drink.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you,
Thank you,
staff.
everyone. Thank you for your time
Bye,
and your
everybody.
focus and your attention. We appreciate it.
Everybody
Thank you.
deserves a cocktail. See you guys.
Golly.
Bye.
Good night.